You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon here on our FS1 coverage. Coming live to you from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York, on the heels of a spectacular Cigar Mile day here. We have a fun Sunday card coming up with some stakes action as well to look forward to. Acacia Kamal alongside Jonathan Kinchin. We'll also have Laurel Park on the show, and the last time Jonathan was on for coverage of Laurel, he got every race right. So we're expecting big things today.
The pressure is unbelievable. I do want to say that we do not coordinate our outfits.
I know.
We're just always in sync.
Yes, we were told that it's very unusual of all the people on this team, it's the two of us that are in dark colors today. Yeah. Usually we're very loud outside. And bright. It is kind of cold, but it's all right. Race 2 at Laurel Park will be the first one on our coverage, a mile and an eighth on the main track. And you've got a couple of horses taking attention, none more so than the number 4, Genie and a Bridle, who's been in very good form, now back in the Hugh McMahon barn.
Absolutely, and it's got the style that you like to see for a race like this. I think this horse will get to the front, get comfortable, and not have any problems with the added distance. Most of the last races have been at a mile and a 16th or a mile.
Was able to go, 3 turns at a mile and a 16th at Timonium?
Okay.
I think it is, yeah. It's
a lot of turns.
Yeah, was able to do that 2 starts back, so 2 turns today shouldn't be a problem. Race 2, Laurel Park coming up for fillies and mares, a mile and an eighth. Dave Rodman has the call.
Yeah, they're off. Golden Charm, ribbons in her hair, is hustled out of there. Ribbons in her hair, sent out for the lead. From Golden Charm, who'll settle from the rail draw as they move into the turn run. Isabella's Glory's right up there in close. And 3 wide is Ransom. And checking out of there was Genie in a Bridle in some tight quarters, shoveled to second to last. And Charlie Field recognized me. So around that turn they roll with 7/8 to go. It's Ribbons in her hair, just up top, 3 parts of a length. From More Ransom, Isabella's Glory, Genie in a Bridle, racing the far outside. And then it's Golden Charm on the inside, just about 3 lengths from that pace. It slows up. And last of them all is Recognize Me. Tight bunch, only 4.5 or 5 lengths will cover front to back. The opening quarter was 25 seconds flat, so it's been a walk up front for Ribbons in her hair so far. In the meantime, Genie in a Bridle has moved to second and up to take the lead actually now. Genie in a Bridle, narrow lead. From Ribbons in her hair, More Ransom, a length and a half off them in third. Golden Charm is next in Isabella's Glory, and Recognize Me is 6. Into the far turn run. Genie in a Bridle from Ribbons in her hair. More Ransom now moving forward to the outside, 3 path. Here's More Ransom launching a bid. Genie in a Bridle gets away at the 3/8 pole. 2-length advantage from More Ransom. Chasing second, Ribbons in her hair is in third. Isabella's Glory is 4th, and Golden Charm second to last of Recognize Me. Genie in a Bridle, top of the stretch with a quarter of a mile left to go. Solid lead by 4. Doing it well. Genie in a Bridle turns in. Genie in a Bridle pointed to the wire, and Jorge Hernandez leads it by some 3 lengths. Out center of the track is Golden Charm. Golden Charm now moves second, far outside. Ribbons in her hair. Then More Ransom has flattened out. Here's Genie in a Bridle. Golden Charm making a go on the outside under Kevin Gomez. And here's Genie in a Bridle just holding the win. Golden Charm gave all, and Ribbons in her hair and Isabella's Glory.
Well, not exactly winning like the heavy favorite should, but Genie in a Bridle gets the job done, controlling that long stretch at Laurel. Started to feel very long with the late charge of the 1 Golden Charm.
Acacia, you can't be perfect if you don't hit the first one. I was nervous. Right about here, I thought, oh my God, the one's gonna catch this horse. Well-timed ride. Saved just enough in the tank to be able to get this horse home to the wire.
Wins at 7-5. Number 4, Genie in a Bridle, makes it 4 in a row. Got to give her credit for that. Jorge Hernandez has been aboard for all those wins and gets the victory there in race 2 at Laurel Park. We're off and running, but still plenty more to come as we take a look at what's coming up on today's races, as we have racing from Laurel and from New York as well. Still races 3 through 8 to come over in Maryland, including that allowance feature in the 7th. We have an 8-race card here at the Big A, including the Garland of Roses and the Comely. As always, today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world, and you could start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. As we get ready to kick off the live racing action here at Aqueduct, maiden claiming for $35,000 to start the day. And you've got a couple of horses at 3-1, and they're your favorites right now between Two Ducks and Bellamy. Just kind of goes to show what kind of wide open race this is, as these both are trying the dirt for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, these maiden claimers have felt very complex and complicated the last couple of weeks here in New York. And I think for a couple of reasons. One is you have these horses that don't really have any trustworthy form, but you also have a bunch of turf horses that are thrown into the mix, that are maiden special weight droppers. So you have to decide, are they good enough as from a talent standpoint, regardless of the surface? It just becomes a really confusing puzzle. I find these races to be pretty inscrutable as of late. Yeah,
very tough this time of year, as we see with a lot of trainers trying to decide whether their horses can handle the main track, especially if they're New York breds. And do you keep them around for the winter? Do you look for some alternatives? Do you give them some time off? As far as that horse right there, Two Ducks, currently highlighted as the favorite. This one's stretching out in distance as well for the first time. More on that one in a moment. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting things off with the other Carlos Martin runner, Big Brooklyn.
Yeah, this horse ran okay the last couple of times on dirt. I still don't trust this horse. Not enough early speed from the inside.
There's some pedigree on the bottom side to suggest going longer should help. There's Lexington Pike. Thought this one might be a little bit interesting getting the class drop.
This is where I landed reluctantly. I you know, this has a couple of okay dirt races. You get an aggressive Manny Franco.
Natural Shooter dropping class.
Almost, just no early speed.
Yep.
I almost picked this one, just no early speed.
That's the tough thing. Number 4, Brass Knucks, another first time on the dirt.
Yeah, sure. I mean, made the lead last time. I mean, I think when a horse can make the lead, you at least know there's a little bit of talent there. But then you got to try to put it all together the rest of the way. I wouldn't be shocked about this one. You know, I like the 4 a little bit as well.
Blinkers on, Raging Sea Captain. We'll see if that helps.
Yeah, it seems like they're just trying to figure this one out. No run at all in the last 2 starts.
Coming in from Finger Lakes, the 6, same old story.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be the same old story for this one. 0 for 4 after today.
Two Ducks, 7-2 right now. Blinkers on, turf to dirt, stretch out in distance, dropping class.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has been bet 2 times,
Yeah.
meaning that they've shown something in the morning. And in the morning, they're typically working on the dirt, so maybe, just maybe, it's all coming together.
Bellamy, Flavian Pratt aboard for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, well, once upon a time, a horse called Bellamy Road did something pretty impressive in this racetrack over my shoulder. I don't think this horse will be doing that today.
And Magnum's Macro Burst to the outside for Dave Donk.
I love Dave Donk, and I think the Jets probably have a better shot today than this horse. Dave Donk obviously loves the Jets.
Yes, yeah. Dave always has his Jets hat on. As we see horses warming up out there on the track, we welcome in Megan Burgess with us, getting a good look at the horses for the opener. Megan, it's pretty wide open on the board. What are you seeing out there?
It's pretty wide open here in person as well. And as you mentioned, Acacia, it's very trying to decipher who's going to take to the main track. Every single horse in this field is taking a drop in class, so equalizer there. But I found this to be really tricky, and I did not want to rely on some of those shorter priced horses where you could kind of spread out and potentially find something there. I landed on the number 3, Natural Shooter for the Melanie Giddings barn. I'm getting warmed up there under Luis Rivera Jr. And listen, it's one of those things where I'm fetching a good price on a horse that has some dirt form, and that can't be said for some of these other horses in this group that are at a much shorter price that have never gotten to the main track and that seem to be potentially better suited to the turf. But the number 3, just first start in for the tag, was up against the fact that he hasn't shown any speed, left himself with a little bit to do, but 2 back here was his career best during that 51 Beyer speed figure, and ran on late, finishing ahead of 2 next out winners in Mr. Brownstown and French Knight, who did better and who did so in better fields than this. So I thought for a price, the number 3 was interesting, but taking a look at one of the horses taking favoritism now, the number 8, Bellamy, Todd Pletcher, class dropping 2 in here. So likely to take money as they are, but I do like the cutback. Does have some dirt pedigree, so not overly encouraged that they said turf. Given the dirt pedigree, did not have that turn of foot late. I still don't find him overly reliable. I understand why they tried turf, big old turf hoof on him. But by street sense, got strong 18% overall in dirt routes. So as a drop-down candidate for strong connections, making the right decision does make sense in this group. But I want to give some love to David Donk because he's pretty interesting as far as dropping his maidens. 50% drop in claiming tag all maidens for the past 5 years. He's 2 for 5, 40%, and 4 have hit the board. So he's got 2 chances here in this race, both at big prices. The number 1, Magnum's Macro Burst, not to be confused with Magnum's Micro Burst. And this horse kind of gives me more of a turf feel. The pedigree and the physical has that turf hoof on him. The dam was a black type router on the turf. So, Acacia, we'll see how he fares here going to the main track.
Yeah, some questions to answer for sure. Megan, thank you. Tough to figure out. And, sometimes to that point of what we've been talking about with horses switching turf to dirt at this time of year to see if they can handle it. Sometimes, yes, there will be a horse that kind of has more dirt form to sink your teeth into. But sometimes it doesn't even matter. They just have to be a little bit better than what they're facing.
100%. I mean, it could just be a class thing, right? You could take, for instance, you take a horse that absolutely hates the dirt, but they're a grade 1 type of turf horse. They're going to beat every single horse like this on the dirt. It's just all about who you're facing. They don't have to like it that much. They just have to like it enough to be faster than the other horse. So it does make it very tricky because you're guessing a lot. But also the other part of the equation that you don't see in a lot of other turf to dirt situations that you have in these maiden claiming races is you have this significant change in class as well. You have you got the maiden claiming race horses that have been running on the dirt and then you got the maiden special weight turf horses that are dropping so that there's a class edge there, but is it enough? These races are very, very tricky.
Quickly, Lexington Pike for you.
Yeah, I mean, I got to pick somebody. Look, I think taking the 8 at 3-1, the 7 at 4-1, maybe even the 2 at 4-1. I think you're supposed to take a shot in a race like this. I just ended up landing on the 2. I won't be shocked if any of these horses win.
Wide open maiden claiming graduation day for one of these 2-year-olds going a mile. They go in for the opening race on this Sunday afternoon. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Magnum's Macro Burst. Magnum's Macro Burst. Sahin Savachi last to load. Set for the opener. Early pick 5. All set. And they're off. Lexington Pike is flashing early speed towards the inside, and in between horses comes Brass Knucks in the orange cap. Outside of them comes 2 Ducks, and Bellamy is in the early mix too. It's going to be 2 Ducks, who's got a neck advantage, now a half length, now 3/4 of a length as they come out of the chute and hook up with the back stretch. Tightly packed in the front end, and it's going to be 2 Ducks, who's got the lead. Brass Knucks is in the 2 path to apply pressure. Bellamy is going to be out wider. 4 wide is backing out of it there at the rail is Lexington Pike. Joining them is Raging Sea Captain, is now taken 4th. Further back in the field in 6th is going to be Natural Shooter, is traveling in tandem with Magnum's Macro Burst. And far back, the trailer, Big Brooklyn, 23.42 for that opening quarter mile. They've got less than a half mile to go. It's 2 Ducks and Brass Knucks, and they are head and head working into the far turn together. 46 and 4 for a half mile time. Raging Sea Captain is 3 wide, is looming up on the outside of the top duo. Bellamy has lost ground, is back to 4th, and now being encouraged to keep up and not doing so. Lexington Pike is making a move towards the inside, but the leader, Raging Sea Captain, to the outside with 2 Ducks who battles on. Brass Knucks is back to 3rd, and Raging Sea Captain is kicking away. Raging Sea Captain, Ruben Silvera up by a length and a half, almost 2. Now Lexington Pike is warming to the task and slowly getting there with a furlong left to go. Can Raging Sea Captain hold off Lexington Pike, who's slowly making up that ground? Raging Sea Captain, Lexington Pike, Raging Sea Captain won it. Lexington Pike's 2nd, Big Brooklyn from 4 out of it, and Magnum's Macro Burst in 1 minute 39.72 seconds.
Raging Sea Captain, the blinkers on and the drop in class made a huge difference for this horse who's able to get the win, pulling the upset at 11-1. Rudy Rodriguez, AirPod in, gets the celebration.
Oh, got a little beard going, Rudy does, huh?
Yeah, we talk about horses getting a little long in their coat.
Yeah,
he's the same.
like I said, it felt like it was a race where we're taking, 3-1 or 4-1 might not have been the best situation. These horses just have no idea what's going to happen. When I look back, when horses like this win, I think part of the exercise is to kind of do a little self-red boarding, right, where you kind of go back and try to find out how it happened so maybe you can catch it next time around, and can't find anything. I suppose the versatility of Twirling Candy as a sire, the horse will run on absolutely anything, but how often am I just playing blindly off of who the sire is in a race? It's a very hard horse to have.
Yeah, very tricky based off of the 2 efforts thus far. But got the glass drop, got an aggressive ride from Ruben Silvera with the equipment change, and did seem to make a big difference here. Was able to hold off Lexington Pike, and I think the shot of Lexington Pike is a good demonstration when we talk about horses that move like turf horses. If we could show that stretch again, Lexington Pike has this big bicycle type of knee action where they almost go, there it is, a good look at it, they almost go up and down more, and typically those handle the turf. Yeah.
I also think that this is a great example when people want to know what it means when a horse is on their wrong lead.
Correct.
You can tell right now that he looks kind of goofy, the 2. In second, he's on his wrong lead compared to the other horses. They're on their correct lead in the stretch. And when you can try to identify that, he's trying to get him to switch over. I think he tried right there, and he just never did.
And he tried about 3 times in the stretch to get him to switch leads, and he just wouldn't do it.
And for the uninitiated, when we talk about switching leads, I've heard a couple people say, I don't know if it was Lafitte who said it first or Richie, or if they stole it from someone, but it's kind of like when you're walking in an airport and you have that duffel bag in your hand. I don't know why people do that. Just get a thing with wheels. And then you have the duffel bag in your right hand and your arm starts to get tired and you just switch it over. It's the same idea. They've been running as their dominant leg on one. They need to switch over to the other one. They can sometimes find a little extra in reserve.
5-2, 1-9, 11-1 upset in the opener. Raging Sea Captain breaks his maiden with the equipment change and the drop in class. Bring you prices when we come back and recap some exciting 2-year-old stakes action yesterday in the Remsen and the Demoiselle. We saw some excellent performances. We'll take a little bit of a look back when we return on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. An upset in the opener in New York. Raging Sea Captain gets the victory in start number 3. Equipment change, drop in class, all came together for a win.
Yeah, those blinkers, it feels like that was a last-minute decision because they're like red with yellow stars. The Silks have red stars. I don't know what's going on with that. It's a little bit of a mismatch, but
Very flashy.
horse took to the dirt. These races, you're going to see them, I think, over the next it'll probably start to slow down. I feel like the last couple of weeks it's been pretty heavy of just trying to figure out what these folks want to do with their horses that seem to be turf horses while the turf course is closed for the winter here at Aqueduct. What do you do? And you have a horse like this that wins, now you can stick around and try to target some races here throughout the winter. And it works out well for everybody.
24-70, 11-1 upset in the opener, 5-2-1 in race number 1. We continue on with the 2-year-olds as race 2 is our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spencer Farm's 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, Sovereignty. Right now it is the number 7 Whiskey Runner, who's currently the heavy favorite, first off the claim for Bruce Brown, and I think in large part because we see the presence of Flavien Prat.
Yeah, and there's a couple of scratches too. Obviously, the toy cannon getting scratched had a lot to do with it. In races like this, I always want to know with the lightly raced horses if there's anywhere I can find someone who's going to make the front. And it happens to be the 7 based on who's run Whiskey Runner. He's drawn outside. He has the red-hot Flavien Prat. I think a lot of things are in the corner of Whiskey Runner based on where he's drawn.
Speaking of Flavien Prat, he had a big day yesterday, winning both the Remsen and the Cigar Mile. And as far as those 2-year-old races were concerned, it did look coming into the Remsen like it was meant to be a good one. And look, we got an exciting, thrilling finish between Paladin and Renegade once again, duking it out on the track, settling the score. We saw an 85 buyer speed figure for Paladin, winning the Remsen as he was elevated to first through DQ on debut. Got his own victory this time.
Yeah, I mean, like I've said yesterday on a couple of occasions, that the Remsen occasionally will just be a complete miss race where, like, you know, just some horse that won because they liked going the 9 furlongs more than everyone else. These two horses are serious, Paladin and Renegade. I think these are horses that we'll see in Wood Memorials and Arkansas Derbies and Breeders, not Breeders for Charities, and Built Bluegrasses and Kentucky Derbies. These are two serious horses, and Paladin really showed a different dimension this time, right? He stuck in behind horses, took dirt, and was professional. Well, I don't think Renegade necessarily lost anything in defeat. These are two really good horses, and different silks because they rotate at Coolmore with Tabor and Smith, and this is the same group that brought you Sierra Leone, to keep in mind. So I'd imagine they'll work backwards from the bluegrass and see where this horse ends up. And
also sticking in was the breeder, Jane Lyon of Summer Winning Equine, who I got to speak to after the race yesterday, obviously a breeder of horses like Flightline. And I just thought it was a really cool moment because you saw how emotional she was. She's been there from the very beginning. And I always think it's nice when breeders stay in and have the opportunity to see those horses do well.
Absolutely. When you have a chance to stay involved, when you know, there's something about, you know, going to the sale and buying them. There's something about buying into a horse, like a ready-made horse, and they win big races. But there's nothing like seeing them when they open their eyes for the first time and then get to walk them into the winner's circle when they win a big race like the Remsen.
The future is bright for Paladin. As Megan, what were your thoughts on the performance yesterday with that win in the Remsen?
Well, I agree with you both in that we will be seeing these horses marching on to Kentucky Derby 152 as Renegade and Paladin proved that their maiden effort where they faced each other was certainly not a fluke by any means. But the $1.9 million son of Paladin here with Flavien Prat aboard, getting the win. The first for Chad Brown since 2014. In his media notes, said he almost had nightmares of when Sierra Leone couldn't quite get there at the top of the stretch in this race yesterday, but he did manage managed to pull away, and he credited Flavien Prat. And look, on debut when they met, Renegade was, of course, disqualified after there was some bumping that occurred in the stretch. And Chad said, you know, we credited Flavien for keeping him away from that horse and keeping him from kind of allowing them to engage with one another per se, and kind of being able to get the better of him. But certainly a talented son of Gun Runner that we will be seeing marching towards those big Kentucky Derby prep races, as Jonathan mentioned, and did run a tick slower. That 85 buyer was a bit lower than what we saw Zany run in the Demoiselle, but certainly past that 9 furlong test, Acacia, with some flying colors for some very dangerous connections.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing what the future holds for Paladin. Chad Brown saying he's going to send him down to Florida at Payson Park, which is what he typically does. He actually lost a front shoe and sustained a pretty good cut on a hind pastern. I saw it in the winner's circle. So all those things, and look, horses actually, we don't hear about it often, but they lose shoes all the time in races. But still, to overcome some of that and still run as well as he did.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I know Chad was high on the horse, and you know, you'd like to think he's going to continue to progress. He seems like a horse who's going to appreciate at a distance, and he's in the right hands, right? I mean, Chad definitely was an inch away with Sierra Leone from winning the Kentucky Derby. It feels like he's got a Derby at least somewhere in the near future that he'll be able to pick up.
Not too early to start dreaming, that's for sure. As Megan mentioned, though, we saw the fillies run earlier on the day, and Zany got an 89 buyer speed figure to Paladin's 85, so slightly slower than the girls, but the future does look bright for Paladin. Here's the road to Aqueduct's path to the Kentucky Derby. The next will be the Jerome on January 3rd, of course, leading up to Aqueduct's marquee Kentucky Derby prep race with the Wood Memorial the first week of April. So Paladin got 10 points yesterday, and speaking of Zany, here she was in the Demoiselle. It was a little bit of a tighter finish for the boys. There was no doubt about the winner in the girls race in the Demoiselle.
No, she was absolutely sensational. And did it in a way that, you know, you like to see, right? First race, she wins going 6.5, wire to wire. Then she pops up, she sits off a horse going the mile and an eighth, and then kicks away and runs away from them like this. This is one of those situations that really gets you excited. You know, I'd imagine that Mike Rapoli's probably got a room block already at the Omni for Kentucky Oaks Week.
Yeah, we talked about Todd Pletcher getting his 10th Demoiselle win. Mike would like us to remind everybody he's also won the race 5 times. Oh,
yeah, he texted me yesterday and he said, he goes, I've won the race 5 times. Stop talking about Todd. And then he also said that it sounded like Todd's comment about I had to convince Mike was tongue-in-cheek.
Oh, interesting. That makes sense. Our coverage continuing over on Fox Sports 2. We'll hope you stay with us on America's Day at the races.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Friday on America's Day at the Races, join Lafitte Pinkai and Megan Burgess for opening day at Oaklawn Park. Kick off the season of full fields and great racing live from Hot Springs, Arkansas, Friday, 1 Eastern on FS2.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Our coverage continues on FS2. If you're just tuning in, glad to have you with us. If you've been with us since the beginning over on FS1, thanks for sticking around. We come to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park on the heels of a great Cigar Mile day yesterday. Live racing from Aqueduct and Laurel Park today. Keisha come alongside Jonathan Kinchin. We have some stakes action coming up and saw some really nice performances yesterday. It was a fun day of racing.
I got to tell you, I'm really impressed by the way that you say your last name. It's very, very French of you.
I got scolded for saying it wrong.
It's very French of you.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
it was a great day of racing, and it's always exciting. It's kind of like that turn the page day. We get to get excited about the Remsen, the Demoiselle, the 2-year-olds are going to be 3-year-olds, talking about Kentucky Derby, Kentucky Oaks, and then also a horse like Bishop's Bay winning the Cigar Mile and kind of finally putting himself into a more serious category of being a top horse in this country.
Talk more about those stakes from yesterday coming up. But first, we have race 3 from Laurel Park. They're loading into the gate for this claiming race going 6 furlongs. The number 7, currently the favorite, Ready for Magic on the drop-in class.
I hate to do it to you. If you missed the earlier part of the show, I'm trying to stay perfect at Laurel. I'm on like a 5-race win streak. I have to go with the chalk here. I wanted to try to get creative. I promise you along the way today, I will get creative and try to win. But to me, the 7, where the horse is drawn, the tactical speed that this one has in this group, I had to go there with the 7, Ready for Magic.
She did seem tough to get around. Let's see if she gets the win. Here's Dave Rodman.
Sweet Honeybee flying out of there first. Tierra Santa sent up there for early speed. Tierra Santa intent on the lead and grabs it under Yeds at Hazelwood. From Sweet Honeybee's back second on the chase. Then Ready for Magic racing third position. Kissed it Dawn fourth far outside. Map to the Moon is next as they move down the backstretch. And Sweet Summer Love third to last. Bounty Killer second to last. And Wampy trailing the field, only 6 from the front. Heading into the far turn now, and the leader is Tierra Santa at the rail. 3 parts of a length. Ready for Magic comes after that 1 second and trying to gain with 3 furlongs left to run. The inside is Sweet Honeybee still with a fighting chance from third, coming back for more. Kissed at Dawn is in fourth. Back to Sweet Summer Love and Map to the Moon, and the others Wampy and Bounty Kill outrun. Top of the stretch, Tierra Santa has the lead by 2.5 lengths. Ready for Magic and Sweet Honeybee riding that inside. Sweet Honeybee second and driven. Tierra Santa aims for home at the 3/16 and a 2-length lead. Sweet Honeybee trying hard in second. Ready for Magic still willing there on the outside, but third, another 5 back, and Map to the Moon is fourth. Tierra Santa. Tierra Santa gets it done all the way. Tierra Santa from Ready for Magic, and then Sweet Honey Bee and Map to the Moon.
Tierra Santa gets the win. Finished behind Sweet Honeybee last time out as she's able to find her own victory today. 5-bound apprentice Yets at Hazelwood. For the coverage we've been doing here at Laurel, feels like he has several wins on pretty much every card we've covered. And I know turning a lot of heads over there.
Yeah, it was between the 7 and the 2, I thought, and that's how it ends up running. The 2 just got to jump, and I think that goes a long way. But yeah, it's the streak is over. I just have to start a new one in the 4th.
You had to mention it, and you stopped yourself, I think.
probably
Back
right.
over to New York. Horses in the paddock for race 2. New York bred maiden claiming race, as it is our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. There is Whiskey Runner. First off the claim for Bruce Brown. Does pick up Flavian Pratt. Ran a decent third on debut, but has some speed and has some decent form overall.
Yeah, I think the one that just has a little bit of an edge in terms of experience. Let's not forget, I mean, these aren't the fastest horses in the world. We often talk about that in these big maiden special weights. But still, experience goes a long way. And this horse does have some experience. Ran an okay number first time out. Showed enough early speed tactically first time out. Sits a great trip in my prediction from this outside draw.
Here's the field, starting off with Tampa Storm. Is the full brother to good dirt sprinter Cali Magic.
Yeah, debuted on the turf, was 52-1 that day, and ran like it.
Sociably Johnny finished second ahead of Whiskey Runner.
Yeah, it didn't run bad. Came running, but it felt like the pace kind of fell apart in front of him.
Always Honest. Do note he is a first-time gelding.
Yeah, took a little bit of money first time out, but broke slow.
Vinny Bancarino, one of a couple first-time starters.
Yeah, another first-time starter for Dave Donk. This horse was entered for 50 on November 14th. Shows up here first time.
Bootsy's a rascal, acting like a bit of a rascal out there.
Yeah, well, that's not a good sign. You gotta get the focus right.
And Whiskey Runner running off a little bit.
Yeah, well, save some for the race, bud.
All right, come on, buddy. 6-5 on the favorite, as we'll take a look at Socially Johnny and Whiskey Runner finishing second and third behind Escape Hall, who just was a horse taking a drop in class. Very much the one to beat, as we'll take a look at the start, keeping your eyes on the 6 and 7. The 7 breaks slowly a bit at the start, and you see the Comets climbing. That's where it is. It's almost like they're running more up and down and have their head up in the air. And that often is a result of taking kickback. If he breaks sharper today, you're not going to see him act that way, hopefully.
Right, and it's also, it's where I think the conversation about experience goes, right? It's like this horse had this experience, and maybe they learned from it, or maybe they decide that they hate it, and they're going to hate it again today. You never really know. But I will say that between the two of them, one of them I know can pop away from there and be forward, and that's Whiskey Runner. That's why I ended up siding there. But if you're one of the believers that believes that Sociable Johnny could break a little bit better today, could be a little bit more connected, you know, you're likely to get rewarded for it, right? He's 5-2 on the board right now.
Again, beaten by a horse with far more experience and some better races than Escape Hall that day. Socially Johnny does run on. You can see just how much more dirt he took on his chest that day, too, coming from off of it. We'll see if he's quicker out of the gate today. Lane Leslie staying aboard. I was running on for second. Whiskey Runner did some of the dirty work there that day. Seems like he settled down nicely after that warm-up, though. He is a short price. 6-5 right now as we head trackside to Megan.
Yeah, paying attention to of the 7 and the 3 exiting that race, as you just mentioned. But I do prefer the number 3 there. But I don't have any qualms about the number 7 Whiskey Runner for the Bruce Brown barn. Say that 3 times fast. As far as him physically, I think he certainly looks like a horse that will appreciate going this 6 furlong distance, whereas you kind of have a little bit more length to the frame overall of the number 3 Socially Johnny, of who I prefer. But the number 7 here, as far as his trip last time out, he was asked for speed just outside of the early leader on the front end, and Manny that day really started asking him before the Much the Best winner was able to draw off and make his run. But attracts Flavian Pratt today, certainly probably also one of the reasons that he's taking all of that money here. And was claimed, and George Weaver was claimed by George Weaver. That's a tough barn to claim from. And now in for a bit more of a tag, coming off that maiden 30 claim now here against a maiden 50. I didn't really quite want to go that low on him now that he has now been bet down to even money. But as far as the number 3, Sociably Johnny for the Derek Ryan barn, I just found him to be the horse that I wanted out of their last meeting, where he was green early, kind of picking up and hopping in his stride. He raced wide, made some ground and settled a bit, but had work to do closing off that front running group, and really strided out. And by Solomini, who does well with his dirt sprinters, he's a half to multiple siblings who won sprinting on the dirt. And while the Ryan barn is just one for the last 34 with his 2-year-olds, I thought that he made a good impression in this group. But the number 4, Always Honest for the Jose Jimenez barn. Sire Honest Mischief has been a real force with his 2-year-olds here in New York. And he did get my attention in the paddock, but I do know, I can kind of tell why they gelded this horse. Is he kind of had moments where he was very clued in and he kept to himself, but then there would be moments where he would just split second, act naughty and just not have it. So he's certainly one that should appreciate getting the ultimate equipment change there. I liked it. I didn't mind his last race. I think he actually ran deceptively well that day at Monmouth, that he gets a rider upgrade to Joel Rosario here today. I mean, he ran well considering the break and the way he rushed up and ultimately got tired, which I can forgive. But up there at 7-2, I thought that he also could certainly take a step forward. Acacia.
Making his second start, Always Honest. Megan, thank you. He was actually in a race on October 17th, and he was a late scratch on the track, not warming up well that day. Was not gelded that day, so he's been gelded since then, coming back into this spot. And, you know, sometimes, too, if it's maybe a lack of focus, it can also help with horses that are maybe a little bit sticky behind as well, free them up a bit. So we'll see if that ultimate equipment change does help this horse to take a step forward, Always Honest. And also, of course, if they're a late scratch, they have to go through all the protocols to be able to enter it again.
Yeah, I like the draw for the 7. You know, I think in a group of horses that none are overly inspiring, right? You get the nice, comfortable outside draw in a small field. You have tactical speed, so you have that as a weapon to give you options to see what the horses, the 5 horses to your inside are going to do. And I think the Whiskey Runner, with the experience, with Flavian, with those pace figures last time, with the final figure last time, with the money they took last time, and the draw, I think it's going to be very, very hard to beat.
4 to 5 right now. The public agrees as he and Sociably Johnny get a chance to rematch in this upcoming second race. We have a pick 4 kicking off here at the Big A. There goes Sociably Johnny and Lane Leslie. There goes Always Honest, Son of Honest Mischief. Race 2 coming up. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Vinny Bancarino. Bootsy's a Rascal. Whiskey Runner to the outside. Whiskey Runner going in. All set. And they're off. Vinny Bancarino and Whiskey Runner 1-2. Whiskey Runner now quickest is up by a neck. Vinny Bancarino's back to second. Outwider Sociably Johnny. Here comes Bootsy's a Rascal, who's on the move, is engaged towards the outside, is now taken a shared second. The 2 at the back, it's Tampa Storm with the wide running, Always Honest, tightly packed, and they're chasing Whiskey Runner. Whiskey Runner has 4 furlongs left to go, but Sociably Johnny wants to be in the early mix, and here comes Sociably Johnny, is 2 wide after the lead. 3 wide is Bootsy's a Rascal. Always Honest is taken 4th. Vinny Bancarino has dropped back, is now in 5th, and the trailer, Tampa Storm. Holding that rail position, but plenty of pressure. Whiskey Runner is a nose in front. Sociably Johnny from in between horses. Bootsy's a Rascal 3 wide. Always Honest 4 wide. 5 wide is going to be Tampa Storm. They reach the top of the stretch. Sociably Johnny has got the lead, is up by a half length. Here comes Bootsy's a Rascal, and here comes Always Honest down the center of the racetrack. It's between this trio, approaching a final 16th to the inside. Still finding plenty. It's Sociably Johnny, Lane Leslie. Sociably Johnny won it. Tight here for second. Bootsy's a Rascal will get the photo over Always Honest and Tampa Storm in 1 minute, 13 seconds flat.
Socially Johnny, better break, more forwardly placed today, gets the win to break his maiden in start number 2.
Yeah, broke a lot better this time, was a lot closer, a lot less work to do. That experience went a long way. At the end of the day, though, I think the one thing I'll take away from this is that experience matters in these types of races. These first-time starters, you got to be a pretty special one to win at this level, or to win first time out. At this level, I guess I wouldn't call you special, but you got to be sneaky good versus the group you're facing to win versus the horses with the experience.
So he's right there in that shadow roll, does run a bit high-headed. Did start climbing a little bit again early, but then Lane, I think, made a really wise move in kind of injecting some pace and putting him more forwardly placed, and it seemed to be the right call for him. Things do get a little bit tight down on the inside, though, for the number 6 with Bootsy's a Rascal, that first-time starter. The number 4, Always Honest. Just kind of what we were talking about in the last race, too. Another horse refusing to switch leads, or kind of swapping leads, I think he was in the stretch. And he does lug in a bit on that first-time starter.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 looked like for a second he was going to run by.
Yeah.
We'll see here. The 3 with the blue cap on the out.
Oh,
yeah.
he comes in a little bit more than I thought, too. Yeah. Don't know if it was quite enough, and I don't know if anybody was going by, but did see that the 3, your unofficial winner, Sociably Johnny,
it's not easy to say.
Sociably Johnny. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a tongue twister there. He did come out a little bit into that first-time starter. Bootsy's a Rascal, who finished second, and Always Honest, who finished third, swapping leads in the stretch, came in a little bit in the stretch there. So still unofficial 3-6-4-2. Race 2, Sociably Johnny gets the win to break his maiden. When we come back, we'll recap what took place yesterday with the Cigar Mile, the final Cigar Mile to take place at Aqueduct. And it was a thrilling one, exciting finish as Bishop's Bay ran arguably one of his best races yet to get the win with Flavian Pratt in the irons. We're back on America's Day at the Races. And Sociably Johnny breaks his maiden in race number 2. Lane Luzzy giving the celebration. Second-time starter for Derek Ryan, and you could see the benefit of experience. Broke so much better today.
No, he certainly did. He was a lot more in the game and gave himself a lot less to do. It's what happens with these types of lightly raced horses, though. You can jump up and prove a little bit. You got to have a little bit of a creative mind when you're looking at these types of races.
Where are all our Atlantic 6 guys? We miss them. Always a good celebration. I'm sure a lot of celebration from Lane Luzzy, though, as he's standing by with Megan.
Yes, jockey Lane Luzzy getting the win here aboard the number 3, Sociably Johnny, who you did ride on debut and really was just put everything together. It seemed much more in the second effort.
Sure, and first off, thanks to the Connections for having me aboard. Enjoy riding this horse. He's come a long way in a short time. Run a little green first time out, climbing behind the dirt, but the way he kicked forward, we knew we had a little horse there. Today, a lot more professional, put me in the game and had to make a little move to avoid being boxed in, but horse handled everything great, and in the stretch, just fought off 2 challenges and really good effort.
Well, it also, as you mentioned, that middle move is kind of, I feel like, what sealed the deal for him and really could have been the game-winning move there, being able to kind of avert some of that traffic in late stretch.
Sure, who knows? I mean, you know, you live or die by the sword, but at the moment it felt like the right thing to do the horse responded, and the rest was easy. So props to him. I just got to be aboard.
Well, congratulations here, Lane.
Thank you so much.
Acacia?
He made the right choices here. Lane Luzzy in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. $9.10 winner was Sociably Johnny getting the victory in race 2.
Yeah, Lane said it. I mean, he was a little green last time. He learned quite a bit, broke much better. And the first-time starter, Bootsy's a rascal, 34-1. That spices things up a little bit.
Definitely does if you had the exacta. Lane will be aboard. A bit of a long shot, very funny in race number 3. 12-1 right now, but New York bred allowance race going 6 furlongs. You've got a couple of horses at 5-2 between the 4 America's Back and the 5 Leo's Reward. I thought this was a pretty tricky race.
Yeah, I thought the 6 Leo's Reward was interesting. Just one that has kind of been, with Dave Donk, he just lets his horses kind of figure it out. They can sometimes take a long time to get into form, but he seems like maybe he might be sitting on a little bit of a race now. He seemed to be getting progressively a little bit better.
Yesterday, we saw the Cigar Mile, as mentioned, a race that I know holds a lot of history and a lot of special memories for many people who've been watching Aqueduct for quite some time, and there were some real questions about some of the main contenders coming into this race. Bishop's Bay, though, seemed to answer all of them with one of the best performances we've seen, and he was able to run down the loose on the lead, Mika.
Yeah, I feel like they all had a few questions, right? With Mika, is Mika going to be as good as that last performance?
Yeah.
Mika answered that question, yes. How is Phileas Fogg going to handle going a little bit shorter, putting the blinkers on with the rider change? Didn't answer that question. Bishop's Bay, what happens in a grade 2 now, like the Cigar Mile, a grade 2 plus, like I like to call it, a former grade 1 race, and is he going to be able to kind of pass that test? And he did. And we learned a lot about Bishop's Bay yesterday, I thought, in terms of that maybe he is ready to make that next step into being a top older horse.
Big performance from him, able to run down Mika. Flavien Prat told me afterwards that he thought it was going to be Phileas Fogg on the front end, and he said when I saw him not sending and the 2 Mika going forward, he said I knew I had to keep my horse a little bit closer, and it's comments like that that's the reason Flavien wins so many races.
Absolutely. He's paying attention, knows what's going on, and has a plan and a plan A and a plan B.
Bishop's Bay picks up the Cigar Mile. Megan extending his record now to 9-13. He's been remarkably consistent.
Absolutely, and it seems every time Flavien Prat gets on his back, he gets him into the winner's circle. I believe 4 for 4 now, being piloted by Flavien Prat, who we talked about it with Paladin, making the right decisions with that horse. He just plays this game. Honestly, he's kind of playing chess while some others are playing checkers in most cases. But this horse, on paper, he looked to loom large in this group. And credit to the number 2 Mika, who I thought, as Mike Maker put it, might have run too good to lose. It looked to be closer than I think many of us would have thought late, trying to get around that foe. But as mentioned, this horse is a consummate professional. He loves to win. He is a true blue miler who shows up each and every time. And now he was purchased for $1.3 million at the Keeneland November Horses of Racing Age sale. And now they are projecting to point him to the 1 turn 9 furlongs at the Grade 1 Saudi Cup in the Middle East. That comes in February. Brad Cox a bit unsure as to potentially what his next step will be out of that. It was quoted that it might be a prep in the Middle East in January. We'll see where he ends up, but Acacia, he certainly looks like one that will be very fun to watch, no matter here or in the Middle East.
Certainly, 5-year-old turning 6, you would imagine there's still plenty of run left for him, and especially after just being purchased last time out, getting a big race like the Saudi Cup, with a big purse as well would help a lot.
Yeah, and there's the 1 turn aspect to it as well, right? The Saudi Cup is a 1 turn mile and 1/8. He has the 1 turn mile here in the Cigar Mile. It could all set up very nicely for him, and I think that he's earned the right to take another step forward. Like I said before, he was just a grade 3 type horse. Now he became a grade 2 plus type horse, and now it's the next test for him.
See what the future does hold for Bishop's Bay, but a nice performance from him. It was an exciting finish in that grade 2 Cigar Mile. Back to Laurel Park, we have race 4 coming up next. Here's a look at the field. See if Jonathan can get back on track. We're going 6 furlongs on the main track here in this allowance optional claiming race. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you have some horses that have been going a little bit long, or you have to identify whether or not they want to handle a little bit shorter distance. I think the 4, Goodbye Note, a little bit interesting, we'll talk about. But the 7, Don't Wait Up, seems to have a pretty big figure edge, drawn well enough as well.
He's run some fast races in his last couple and is cutting back. 4th trainer Kieran McGee. More on the 4th from Laurel Park. We will meet the field, talk the horses into the gate when we come back.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$270,000
in the back. $250,000.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's a cool shot. Empire State Building. I love the Empire State Building, actually. Not going in it, but like walking by and seeing views
I
of
don't
it.
like elevate. I did the Edge one time, and I swore like I'm not doing like the scenic, very high up thing anymore.
Fun fact, from my dorm, from my bed at Fordham in the Bronx, you could see the Empire State Building at night lit up if it was a clear night.
Wow.
There was a window like in front of my bed. It was really cool,
That's
actually.
awesome.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, coming up a little bit later on today, the Grade 3 Cumley coming up. One scratch of Ruth coming out, but I think we're going to see a pretty short price on Fully Subscribed, who answered easily the question of being able to go the mile in an eighth in her last couple of starts, was beaten by wire to wire. Winner points is points, 2 starts back, and then had a dominant score in the Grade 2 Mother Goose last time out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fully Subscribed definitely thrust herself to the front of the conversation with this performance. But I will say this, though. You look through these past performances of these other horses. Her last race, Fully Subscribed, this race, is not that much of a standout from what other horses have done or potentially could do. So if she is bet in the way that I agree that she probably will be bet, I think there is some opportunities for some other horses to add some value.
I'm really excited to see what Quiet Side does. Second off the layoff, stretching back out in distance. It'll be just her second start since running 6th in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, I have a weakness, and I acknowledge it. If you win first time out at Saratoga, and you do it kind of like impressively, I'm a sucker for you for the rest of your career. And Quiet Side is one of those horses who won first time out at Saratoga. And like, I mean, because I think to win first time out, in all seriousness, you got to be pretty darn good. You got to have a lot of talent to win first time out. And so as the races get longer and as your career goes on, I still believe it's there. You just got to kind of work through it a little bit. And Quiet Side might be one of those horses who can maybe try to work through it. I'm disappointed in her last race, but I agree with you. I think she's interesting.
And then she had to face 2-year-old champion Immersive in her next couple of beautiful starts as well. See what Quiet Side does a little bit later on, stretching back out in distance. We'll see what Fully Subscribed can do, trying to make it 2 graded stakes wins in a row. That's the Comely coming up a little bit later on today, mile and an eighth in race 7. Back to Laurel this afternoon. You have race number 4 coming up next. Again, a 6-furlong sprint. Right now, it's the number 3, Mr. Lincoln, that's currently the favorite. Has been running fast figures recently on the turf. Does have races on the go back on the dirt, but I think a little bit of a tricky read.
Yeah, I mean, look, my main focus here is getting this streak back right. All right? I'm not worried about I got to be honest with you. I'm just being honest with the audience. I'm not worried about value right now. I'm worried about seeing a horse cross the wire first to get this streak back rocking. I'm going to go with the 7 outside. The last 2 races have been really good. And for 2 different trainers, which is comforting as well, to know that whatever it is, it's about the horse rather than the operation. And I like the draw here with the 7. So I'm gonna go 7. And I actually feel good about the price, to be fair. I thought the 7 would be favored. So maybe this is it's a value play and a selfish Jonathan streak play.
Let's get him back on track. Race 4, Laurel Park coming up. We'll send it up to Dave Rodman for the call.
Goodbye Note. Bob Marco. Turbulent Force. After Bob Marco. 8-5, Mr. Lincoln. 9-5, Don't Wait Up. And they're off. 'Tis No Clown, also Goodbye Note with early speed and Turbulent Forces there on the outside. Don't Wait Up, far outside is right up close too. And Mr. Lincoln's got some early speed as well. And so it's Goodbye Note, Mr. Lincoln, Bob Marco, 3 across the track. Turbulent Force the far outside. Here's Don't Wait Up, who's settled out wide. They're followed by 'Tis No Clown and Talk Less, Work More. Heading into the far turn, Goodbye Note from Mr. Lincoln as Don't Wait Up bids strongly up 3 deep. And now second and chasing Goodbye Note. Into the far turn. Goodbye Note half in front from Don't Wait Up in second. Another 2. Mr. Lincoln ridden along for more from third. Turbulent Force is under some pressure as they round the turn. Talk Less, Work More has moved to 4th position now. The others has some running to do. 'Tis No Clown. Bob Marco's dropped out wide and last. They make the turn for home with Goodbye Note holding a narrow lead. Goodbye Note and Don't Wait Up there to the attack on the outside. I got 3 or 4 back and Mr. Lincoln is in third. A furlong left to go and Goodbye Note showing up today. Goodbye Note by 2.5 with the 16th left to go. Under Forest Boyce, Goodbye Note 18-1. Goodbye Note wins. Don't Wait Up and then Mr. Lincoln and Talk Less, Work More.
Goodbye Note at a price. I know not your quote-unquote top pick, but you did talk about this horse having a chance and was 18-1, so I'll give it to you.
Dang. Streak. Still not alive. That's all right. Wow. The 7 got bet down like crazy.
It's like a lot of late money.
Yeah, the 4, the red board's thought here is, you know, a horse that can make the front and open up going a little bit longer, gets to go a little bit shorter, and that's that can happen. You get a little extra gas in the tank when you turn for home.
Forest Boyce aboard for the one and only Hammy Smith. Race 3 coming up next. There's a look at Jose Lascano, or at least the back of him, as he'll be aboard the number 4 3Bs for Linda Rice, just beaten at this level last time out. Take a look at this last race as we'll get a chance to see several coming out of there. 3Bs, Roofer, and Long Pour. Long Pour did some of the dirty work on the front end that day and then just faded at a very short price.
Yeah, you know, the pace was honest enough, I thought, in that race. And 3Bs was one of the horses that kind of picked up the pieces there. Long Pour obviously was a little bit more involved in the pace. So if you think the pace was honest, then you want to side with a horse that you thought was in the mix of that pace. Yeah, I mean, look, this is a tough spot. I think there's a lot of different ways you could go in here. I showed some interest earlier in the 6 Leo's Reward. another one who's been in a race with Long Pour as well on a number of occasions. I just think that this is one that could be a little sneaky for Dave Donk.
We have pick 6 kicking off here. Race 3 with this New York bred entry-level allowance going the 6 furlongs. Let's meet the field, kicking things off with a turf to dirt runner, Van Vollenhoven. At least he does have some dirt form to go back on.
Yeah, he does. He's got a couple of dirt races, but the figures aren't particularly quick. So a lot of times you'll see the 1 and the 2 there, first and a second. You're like, oh, this horse can handle the dirt. I don't know if he can handle it enough for this group.
Lane Leslie looking to go back-to-back. He's on Barry Funny.
Yeah, Barry Funny's race 2 back for Bill Morey was actually pretty good for 15,000. There just hasn't been anyone to win out of that race. Makes it a little bit of a concern.
Long Pour tries to make amends.
Yeah, I've got no objections here. I mean, this horse could definitely be tough to beat.
Current favorite, 3 Bs.
Yeah, I don't really see this one as being the favorite in here, though. I mean, this horse is going to come from out of it, going to need things to kind of go his way. I don't love him as the favorite.
More on America's back in a moment. There is Leo's Reward.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to go. A little Dave Donk Jets action parlay. If you win on Leo's Reward, you're probably supposed to bet it back on the Jets because things are going well for Dave Donk. Just one of those sneaky progressive types.
East Coast Girl's been in very good form at Finger Lakes.
Yep, but it's been at Finger Lakes.
And Roofer has some speed as well.
Yeah, has some speed from the outside. This pace actually could kind of cook up a little bit, considering the fact that you have speed drawn to the outside. You got a couple of spots to the inside as well.
You can earn a $15 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $75 each on Aqueduct and Laurel Park today and earn a $15 bonus whether you win or lose. All you have to do is opt in at nairabets.com. There's a look at JK's top pick, Leo's Reward, with Sahin Savachi. Comes out of a race where Man in Finance got the win. He did seem to be the class. You've got a classy horse in National Identity 2 starts back who got the win. He's been relatively consistent throughout. And while we take a look at a recent race from him, Leo's Reward, I liked your comments about with Dave Donk kind of bringing them along. This is his nose to beat behind Stewie in Saratoga.
Yeah, that's what I like. I like the consistency that you mentioned of Dave Donk. I think that when you have a horse, well, Dave Donk and the horse, Leo's Reward, you know, Dave, if he can get one going in the right direction, he'll keep them going in the right direction. And I think that this could be one of those. It's just going to continue to progress and improve, and it comes from a spot, you know, there's a bunch of horses in here that I'm not crazy about, I don't trust, I don't love, and so why can't this horse win at this price?
3 B's the favorite, though. Megan, what does he have to do to turn the tables after that slim margin of defeat last time out?
Yeah, Keisha, when just looking at the pace dynamics of this race, and listen, as I'll elaborate further in my discussion of these horses, it really does change when you see these horses in the flesh, in the paddock. But the number 4, 3 B's, is coming off of kind of quicker spacing. And I think that he's one that will likely benefit from, as Jonathan had mentioned, some of those horses that we see returning with speed, Long Pour, Roofer there. And he's kind of the closer that I think a lot of people have settled on. And while I did on paper myself, physically he kind of looks like perhaps those races are catching up with him just a touch. And he looks kind of, so this is actually the first time I'm seeing them, so that could be him. But to me, just judging him based off of what's around him, he looks like one that he's put together some solid efforts. He's claimed for $32,000 back in August, and since then has won that starter allowance for a $65,000 purse. So certainly an astute Linda Rice claim. And as I mentioned earlier in the handicapping show, while there is pace signed on and Roofer and Long Pour kind of got tied up into it on the front end in their last meeting, as we continue on in the number 3 Long Pour, sometimes, you know, jockeys see the things that we're seeing as well, as far as the speed materializing on the front end. And the number 3 Long Pour is a horse that you would never assume, looking at him in the paddock, that he was going to be this quick speedball. He's so unassuming and just professional, classy, very similar. I liked him on debut. I picked him to win over in Saratoga, and I loved him that day. He's a horse that I've always quite liked there for trainer Steve Asmussen, and he met 3 B's and Roofer last time out. Well, he was kind of a sacrificial lamb. They went fast. He stayed on well, but ultimately the closers took advantage of him. But he gets back to this flat 6 furlongs, which I like for him, and he looks fantastic here in the flesh, which made me all the more wanting him there at 9-2. But the number 8 Roofer, if I'm picking between 2 speed horses, you have to agree that he was the one that stayed on better when these two met last time out. He ran well, as mentioned, in that race with Longpour. I don't find that he has to have the lead breaking from the outside today, being able to sit back and make that position there. But he was ridden aggressively recently. I've seen him progress and continue to move forward for the Mitchell Friedman barn, who certainly is capable of preparing one. So Roofer, to me, when I was in the paddock, I'd mentioned that if I could change my pick off of just what I'm seeing physically and on paper, Roofer does strike me, but I did land with the closer and the number 4, 3Bs.
See how the pace does materialize in here. Megan, thank you. Roofer from Mitch Friedman to the outside. And as she said, he did stay on well as far as those being part of the pace, just being beaten by 3/4 of a length.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Roofer. I'm a sucker for an outside draw as well. I just feel like it gives you so many other options from out there. I'm going to ultimately stay with my pick of the 6, but I do think that Longpour is very interesting at 9-2. We'll see what happens with the pressure of 3Bs, but Longpour is one I think is a little bit interesting at what's now 5-1.
Yeah. Very eager to jump off the bandwagon after a disappointing effort last time out. He's one that mentally has come a long way since the beginning. Son of Tom Seta, which I always think is kind of cool. We don't see many of his progeny.
No, I don't think I've ever even heard of that before.
I've seen a few. Oh, he was such a cool horse.
He was awesome.
7 for Alstall.
Yep.
Loved
Alstall, and I want to say Gail Benson owned the horse, the owner of the Saints, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I trust that. I went on a limb there. It's TV 101. Don't say something you don't know the truth. It's the truth. I'm pretty sure it's true.
Chris Griffin's going to help us out with the call for race 3.
And they're off. Towards the outside, Roofer is showing that early speed with East Coast Girl right there too. East Coast Girl now with a head advantage, but plenty of company up top. Roofer to the outside is a close-up second, and to their inside is Leo's Reward. Tightly at the rail is Longpour, Van Vollenhoven in traffic, right in behind horses in 5th. America's Back was off a step slow, starts to progress. Center of the racetrack, second to last is 3Bs, and the trailer, Very Funny. 22.35 for that opening quarter mile. East Coast Girl and Roofer go at it. Roofer is right there ahead back from East Coast Girl, who's the leader. America's Back has loomed into things, has taken third to the outside of Van Vollenhoven. Then comes a shoved along Leo's Reward from the back, Very Funny, dropping back Longpour. The trailer, 3Bs. They get set to reach the top of the stretch, and they're well off the rail. Roofer still with a head advantage. America's Back motoring down the center of the racetrack has come calling for the lead. America's Back is the leader. Van Vollenhoven is now weaving through rivals looking for a spot. Roofer is gutting it out, and America's Back is trying to push by a stubborn foe. Roofer to the inside. America's Back to the outside. Well off the rail, joined by Very Funny. It's a blanket finish that goes to Roofer. Roofer looked by a nose, tight there for second. Looked like Very Funny to the outside, America's Back. Van Vollenhoven, also Longpour in that mix. It was 1 minute 11.12, but it looked like Roofer.
Tight photo finish in the final jumps. Roofer to the inside in those red and white blinkers, I think. Ooh, watching it again. The two, Very Funny, got the best bob as he was flying late. At first, watching it live, I didn't think he got there, JK, but looking at the stretch again in that slow-mo, he might have gotten the best bob.
I gotta tell you.
That was tight.
First of all, absolutely great race, blanket finish.
Yeah.
I think it's outside.
It's all about, we're looking at the mirror right there, who gets their nose down. I don't think, and the two, Very Funny, got there in time. Back-to-back wins for Lane Luzzy. He was not in front at any stage except that final bob.
Yeah, literally the last jump is when he got there.
Heartbreaking defeat for Roofer, who did all the dirty work.
Yeah, tough beat for Megan. I know that she liked Roofer in there, and Very Funny. I mean, he just kept coming back-to-back races for Lane Luzzy.
Yeah. 2.853 it was. It looked like America's Back at one point was supposed to just go right on by Roofer. He kind of waited on horses, I felt a bit.
Certainly. I thought 7 horses were going to win at one point. Longpour for a second made a little menacing run up the inside. I mean, this was a... Now, I will say this. Typically, blanket finishes like this don't result in quote-unquote good races moving forward. So maybe make a note that there was a blanket
Especially on the
finish
dirt.
here. Exactly. There was a blanket finish here moving forward. It could be a great opportunity for all of these horses to be play against where they show up next.
Something to watch moving forward, but for now, 11-1 upset. Very funny. Second win on the card for Lane Luzzy. 2-8-5-3 in race 3. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Today, very funny. Clever name by Practical Joke gets the win, flying at the end under Lane Luzzy for trainer Bill Morey, who's standing by with Megan.
Well, very nice to catch up with trainer Bill Morey, and what a race. Number 2, very funny, getting it done here. And you mentioned he's a big, strapping guy, comes off the layoff, and I mean, got the bob of all bobs, as you mentioned. He's got the right kind of head for it.
He's a big horse. He got that head down right on the money.
Absolutely, but he's one that it was an astute claim on your part as far as when you were able to get him and coming off the time away. Were you expecting him to come back and run this kind of race?
You know, he's trained well. That's why I ran him in this kind of a race. But as far as an astute claim, you know, most of the claims are luck these days, especially because you're in a 10-way shake or 5, 6, 7-way shake, almost everything you go for. And we were just lucky to get him, and he's been good to us.
Well, I want to congratulate you as far as with Brother Kenny last week in the Zia Park Derby. Seems like the colt that's really coming about at the right time.
That was fun. I went all the way out there. It's quite a trek to get out there. I had been there 20 years ago when I went out there again this time, and we had fun. My owners have since sold the horse, but not the best for me. But we had a great run with him, and I wish him well.
Well, congrats here. A really exciting finish, and kudos to Lane Luzzy for getting him down in time.
Lane did a great job. Thank you.
Acacia?
Yeah, he did. Back-to-back wins for Lane Luzzy. There's the photo. Oof, that is tight. That is a tough beat there.
Wow.
Number 2 over the 8 roofer who did all the dirty work. 24-62, an upset in race 3, 2-8-5 as we take a look at the field for race 4. New York bred maiden claiming for 50,000. 2-year-old fillies coming up next, as right now it is the number 4 My Divine One. Distant second last time out when switching back to the dirt. I find her so tough to trust.
Yeah, me too. I thought that the 6 Power of Woman, putting the blinkers on, showed speed last time, and now cutting back just a little half of a furlong. I thought that one was interesting.
Has some experience under her belt for the always dangerous Charlie Baker. As it's time for me to say goodbye, at least for now. I'll be back in the paddock later. I know, I'm leaving you. It was because we need somebody to brighten things up a little bit. We'll see what color tie Greg Wolf is wearing. We'll soon find out. He's coming up on the dust to take you the rest of the way as we continue with our live racing coverage, and we'll recap what took place in Jamaica yesterday. Hall of Fame jockey Javier Castellano made the trip a winning one as he got the victory with Ride All Day in the Mute Mile.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our live coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin. As we're approaching the 15-minute mark to post in race 4. Good to see you. I get you for 2 segments.
That's it?
Yeah, short and sweet.
No, sorry.
Just back from Jamaica. Should probably get him on the set right now. Andy Sterling's in the building. Just arrived. Mute Mile, he was covering this race from Kingston to Jamaica yesterday with Maggie Wolfendale. Javier Castellano, first time at the race, and comes away with the money in the Mute Mile.
Yeah, he ducked down to the inside. I was rooting for old Javier. You know, I don't know a lot of the connections down there, so if one of our own shows up, you got to root for him, and he got the job done on Ride All Day, and it's always fun. I would imagine you take a trip down there like that to run in a feature race like this, like the Mute Mile. You want to get the job done, and Javier did that.
Ownership group, great story we talked about on the program yesterday, all-female syndicate. One of the owners, one of the greatest sprinters of all time, Shelly Ann Fraser-Price, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist. Andy, Maggie, with a wrap-up of what happened in Kingston.
Andy, it's been such a special Mute Mile day. I have to say this is my maiden voyage, and I can't wait to come back.
Yeah, I can see you now. You know why I like coming down here so
Exactly.
much. Sun is setting, and it really was a great day. And it's fun to be part of something that somebody's building,
Yeah.
really building from the ground up. And they've made a bigger and bigger day. A couple of big races last year. 3 this year. And the Mute Mile, I mean, the celebration for the race could not have been more exciting. And listen, we're happy to see our buddy Javier win as well.
Absolutely. And two, you mentioned just the progression of this race and really the brainchild of Solomon Sharp, the chairman here of Caymanas Park. And I think an even more special edition of this race because he was one of the ones who picked out Ride All Day. He was the former owner before the ladies got involved here, but I know he's having the time of his life.
Yes, he was very happy. He's his 70s theme. He took his 70s wig off. He had the most impressive outfit I've seen, which some of you saw watching the broadcast. And yeah, I agree. I mean, Solomon believes, and you got to believe, and that's something that's important in racing, and they really believe, and you don't have to keep saying it about the fans in Jamaica. They're the best fans there are in racing, and they came out in droves for a great day of racing. And for me, Ride All Day, I saw him break his maiden first time out last year, and coming and winning this race, winning it big, pretty exciting. And hey, another big win for Vekoma as well.
And really a 3-year-old that just destroyed a field of pretty decent horses. As we said going in, this is probably the best rendition of this race that we've seen.
No doubt about it. That was a very impressive performance, and you're already looking forward to coming back as the sun sets on just a tremendous, tremendous day. Their big day delivered.
It is going to be sad to leave here, but boy, it was quite the Mute Mile day here at Caymanas Park.
Oh, and that has Bobby Klatt written all over it with a sunset. Say goodbye to the evening. Well done there. Very artistic.
Yeah.
Great job by everyone out there covering the race. Terrific job by the racetrack putting on just a great show. And that horse that won, 8 for 10 lifetime now.
I love what
Ride All
Andy
Day.
said. There's something fun about being a part of someone building something, right? A lot of times situations like this, someone's got something great, we show up and we just show the world that it is great. But to be a part of something while they're making it great, I can agree with Andy and his sentiments of being able to be a part of that.
Hopefully we'll get to be a bigger part of it in the next couple of years and make a trip down there.
Yeah, I like to fly, so whatever. Yeah.
We're going to head off to Maryland, race 5 at Laurel. They are 4 minutes away in this 1-turn mile condition claiming race. Fillies and mares 3 and up. And we got a 9-5 favorite, Got Game, Jamie Ness. We'll see in a moment. We start with Aid from the rail.
Yeah, horse ran at a mile last time and ran pretty good. The rail draw a little bit tricky.
Fitness, Big Price in slot number 2, going to stretch back out.
Yeah, just hasn't really done much running at all.
Canadian Bear. Last start got at least back on dirt. It was a big win, but it was at Penn National.
Yeah, finally got a win, but the horse was odds on. It feels like the reason he was odds on is because that was her best chance of winning.
Beaches and Pearls, 17 1/4 length win last start in the wet at Mountaineer.
It's hard to win by 17 when you don't make the lead early in the race. Like to come from out of it, win from 17, pretty impressive.
Why Not Grace, Michael Gorham Barn, a 6-length winner last start, gate to wire.
Yeah, just a little bit slow on the figure, wire to wire.
And the 3-2 favorite next door. So the Jamie Ness barn with Got Game, Michael Sanchez.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has a lot of big races that make this horse deserved favorite. Doesn't have to win, though.
Jerry Robb Barn, another hope, 4-time winner.
Yeah, I thought this one was a little bit interesting, stretching out. A little bit of the unknown, right? We're not 100% sure how. Horses run okay going a mile before.
And a little difficult to make a case for TC Nay.
Yeah, just a lot of turf in there. The dirt races have been very, very poor.
Well, our race coming up in 2 minutes. We're going to look back to earlier stakes action on the card yesterday, the Elite Power. I saw you were on for this race. I was not on for it. I saw the horse still warming up, and I saw the warm-up. I'm like, wow, this horse has his game face on, and he ran to his looks.
Clearly has a lot of talent. Came in off of a break, but the previous race, 2 races, prior to this one, there was a big number, a 103 Beyer speed figure, if I'm not mistaken. And that number would definitely hint to this performance. But one of the things that you can do is, DRF, you can go to the formulator, you can look at the charts to see what horses have run out of that race. And there was a couple of horses that ran faster out of that race to make you feel very comfortable that the 103 was real. If you needed to be any more convinced, this performance definitely makes that 103 feel legit.
Often about an 8-month layoff to do this, too.
It's impressive. It's impressive to do that, especially in a sprint race, right? Because you're going a sprint race and you're a forward type. That means you're going hard the entire time. There's no jog, sprint for an eighth of a mile. You're running the entire time, so fitness is very important.
Incredibly impressive to win off that kind of layoff with that kind of performance. Big effort, just beat the odds, long time away, and takes the elite power on that Cigar Mile Saturday card. We're going to get back to this Laurel race. They're about to load up. By the way, 10 minutes to post fourth at Aqueduct to start the late pick 5, which we'll go through in a moment, but let's get to Laurel. So 4 to 5 now, JK on Got Game the 6. Positives for the favorite. What do you think?
Yeah, there's some positives. The horse has won 3 times by a total of, JK tries the math, 29 lengths. Did I get it?
And a half, but yeah, very good.
Sorry. The half. I missed the half. I was rounding.
That was very good.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that's a positive, right? I mean, you definitely want to look at that, but there's also a negative. The horse ran slow last time, was beaten at a short price, was beaten 10 lengths. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to go in here. I'm going to take a shot with the 7, Another Hope, just because I feel like there's a little bit of a kind of a stranger danger, new shooter in terms of going this distance. The horse's pace figures are that you would suggest that it could be connected enough to this group going a little bit longer, and the final numbers make a little bit of sense as well. So I'm going to land on the 7. This is not an anti-6 play. I just think that there's some value on the 7.
All 3 wins for Got Game, the favorite at even money now, has had the lead to herself. She's gone gate to wire all 3 times. When she's not had the lead, she has not won. Is there someone to give her trouble in here, trying to get to the front?
She's also been.
I mean, definitely. Go ahead.
She's also been like 1 to 9 in those 3 races too. You know what I mean? I would think that there is some horses that could go with her a little bit. Why not Grace to her inside? I would imagine could give her a little bit of pressure.
I think even out, the horse can't win, but outside, the horse has been somewhat quick sprinting on grass, the 8.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think that someone will pressure. You know what's interesting about this horse, though? The horse is odds on for maiden 75, no one claims. Odds on for claiming 12.5, no one claims. 5 to 2 for 60. I just why is no one claiming this horse?
Don't want to make Jamie Ness mad. Short price, even money. Got Game with Michael Sanchez. Let's go to Dave Rodman for the call.
Another Hope and TC Nay. In or off. Canadian Bear with a good break will settle. Fitness and Ade showing speed from the inside post positions. Canadian Bear right back at them up there too. And Fitness has come through. Here's Fitness. Fitness just in front. Fitness in front, Trom on the outside. Canadian Bear in second. Then Ade in third position on the inside. Next is Why Not Grace, who's racing along in fourth. TC Nay is in fifth. Got Game is 6 at this point, about a half dozen from the front. Another Hope to the back of the pack. And Beaches and Pearls trailing the field. 8 lengths will cover them heading into the far turn. Fitness from Canadian Bear. The lead is a length. TC Nay on the outside. Why Not Grace in between horses bidding up in that second flight. Ade is on the inside as they round the turn. Back to Another Hope. It Got Game. And last is Beaches and Pearls. Fitness into the far turn. Fitness 3.5 furlongs out into Martin Chuan. They're gliding right along, length and a half in front from Why Not Grace in second. On the inside is Ade. The outside is Another Hope. Another Hope stoking up a run the far outside. Canadian Bear is on the inside. Then TC Nay Got Games out wide. Second last position with a lot to do. And trailing the field is Beaches and Pearls. Fitness into the stretch. Ade on the outside. Ade Fitness. Fitness still fit and strong. 3/60 left to go. The head in front. On the outside is Ade. Ade Fitness skirmish down to the line with an eighth of a mile left to go. Second wire finish. It's going to be Ade on the outside. Fitness keeps on finding. Fitness is 25 to 1 with a head in front. Ade on the outside. Ade Fitness. Ade and Fitness nose and nose. Second wire finish. Photo finish. Ade Fitness. Photo in race 5.
I guess we'll go with Ade. It looked like Ade gets this win. It was close.
Absolutely. No, it was close. I mean, it was a long stretch battle between that one and Fitness, and Fitness really is a surprise there. Ade, yeah, you could see this performance to a certain extent. I didn't necessarily think that Ade was going to win. I think the bigger story is that the 6 off the board.
Didn't get the lead, and when she has not gotten the lead, she's been a no-show, and that was the case again.
Yeah.
All right, back to New York. Late pick 5 starts in this race coming up. State bred, 50 maiden, claiming 6 furlong sprint. No question, Power of Women. Who is your favorite right now? Looks like the one to beat, dropping out of a tougher race. Had the lead and tired, and now puts blinkers on for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, speed. I mean, there's a lot of adjustments being made here. There's a speed and fade. You're going to get a little lighter. You're also going to get the blinkers to help with the finish and the focus. There's a lot to like there.
Here's Grit and Glitter, going to cut back in distance, start number 3.
The debut wasn't too bad. I mean, got an okay number that day.
Drops in class, too. Here's Dietz Don't Lie, first-time starter.
Yeah, the trader's 2% with first-time starters throughout the career, 2 for 87.
3's interesting as well at 8-1.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. Anytime Horacio De Paz legs somebody up, I think they got a shot.
4th on a muddy track against better company. My Divine One, Belmont.
Yeah, this feels like more of a turf type. I think just probably got lucky last time to run second in a bad group.
8-1, first-time starter for John Kimmel, Miss Candy Girl.
Yeah, this horse is taking a little bit of money in here. Twirling Candy, we saw a Twirling Candy win earlier on the card as well.
A one to beat. Speed and backed up against a better group. Now adds blinkers. Charlie Baker to Joel Rosario.
Yeah, this is the one that I thought made a lot of sense. We'll see what Joel does here. This one has speed, took money on debut, dropping, blinkers, all the things you like to see.
Admiral Saul debuts for John Ortiz.
John Ortiz had a big day yesterday.
Could have a big day today as well.
Absolutely.
Quiet Side back in action. Game in Blue. Tom Morley, first-time starter with certainly at least one big work.
Yeah, I mean, when you look down here, I like when the last work is 3 furlongs. That means that if you work them 3 furlongs, their last work, that you obviously think they're fit. You're not trying to sneak one more fitness work into them.
3 minutes to post. Late pick 5. It starts here. Let's go downstairs to Megan Burgess.
Hey there, Greg. Good to hear you again. As like I said yesterday, haven't seen you just yet, but we'll touch on the number 6, Power of Women, who is taking favoritism here. But I will say, I was pretty impressed from this group from top to bottom as this maiden claiming level. While you might think that some of these mysterious first-time starters, you might not know what you're going to get, but I was pretty surprised, pleasantly surprised of how they've been well prepared, well managed by their connections. But the number 6, Power of Women, here for the Charlie Baker barn last time out, obviously taking that money. The blinkers come on. I think she ran into a really talented filly that day. A big, tough group in the way of Hot Currency, who dominated to win that day, came back to run a strong second in yesterday's stake race. And this horse just looked great in the paddock. I thought she's really strong. She's got an engine on her. And while she is a big brown filly, and maybe from a pedigree perspective, she does have some frame to her. And there is some routing in the pedigree, but she's just got such a she's built, she has, to me, like she's going to appreciate this 6 furlong distance for the Baker barn, who's been on a nice rhythm. A 3 for his last 12 here on the dirt in New York, and gets Joel Rosario back aboard. Took over on debut from Sahin Zavachi last time out, and it's always a good sign when Charlie Baker calls upon Joel. But the number 8, Game in Blue, a first-time starter here for trainer Tom Morley, who's also just been on a tear so far this meet, doing extremely well, 30% strike rate. But you know, the barn typically does go better as the distances, or as the experiences, I should say, as far as first-time starters are concerned. But as Greg had mentioned, this horse is a solid work tab, 47-4 back on November the 23rd. And I thought physically today, sharp, looked athletic, and to me, should fare just fine here on debut. And as far as the pedigree is concerned, the dam is an accomplished sprinter and bluegrass flag, also trained by Tom Morley, so certainly knows the family. Sire game winner, not the strongest 2-year-old numbers, but debuting later here in the calendar year, more closer to 3, up there at 8-1, I thought was extremely interesting. But quickly on the number 7, Admiral Soul for trainer John Ortiz, and Christopher Elliott both had big days yesterday. I also thought she was one that looked fit and ready for this task. Same connections as I mentioned, is Braver Than You Believe with TriStar Farm there. Just 6 total work, so could very well need this start to get one under her belt, but also thought she looked the part and found some value up there at 7-1.
All right, thank you, Megan. First-time starter by Salamini, Admiral Saul for John Ortiz. He will have, coming up later this afternoon, Quiet Side back in action. Second start back since the Kentucky Oaks. Raven Run did certainly not go her way, but she's better than what she showed that day.
I think so. I was telling Acacia before you got on, I'm a sucker for horses that win first time out at Saratoga. I always just want to root for them. I always think that there's a way for them to end up being really good, and Quiet Side is one of those. So, and she's got some back numbers that aren't horrible.
It's a very good back. I mean, she was heading into the Oaks, a couple of huge races. See if she can get back to those numbers and get back on track for John Ortiz. This one here on your screen, much the horse to beat, 7-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, you probably wish for a little bit of a better price here, but you know, I don't trust the 4, My Divine One, who's currently the second choice on the board. I like the 6. I think that there should be an aggressive ride here from Joel. We'll see what we get.
Here we go, loading up. Late pick 5 starts here. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Tai Rose. My Divine One. Game in Blue. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Admiral Soul broke well towards the far outside. Also in between horses, Power of Women. And there's Miss Candy Girl. Power of Women with the nose advantage over Miss Candy Girl, applies the pressure and now wants to challenge for that early lead. Admiral Saul is well settled just off of them, is in third, is now about 3.5 lengths back. Then My Divine One's in fourth, as they are very strung out because the top 2 are going at it. Then in fifth is going to be Game and Blue. Tai Rose has patiently risen towards the inside of that one, and then comes Deets Don't Lie with the Triller. Grit and Glitter, 22.49 for the opening quarter mile. Power of Women, but had plenty of pressure from Miss Candy Girl, who starts to drop back. Admiral Soul found a nice journey from third, is coming after the leaders now. Power of Women leaves the inside open, and Admiral Soul is now under the drive as they reach the top of the stretch. Admiral Soul is now challenging and taking the lead. Power of Women trying to come back towards the outside. My Divine One is trying to run on, and Game in Blue far back. Admiral Soul has a furlong left to get, gets over to the rail, and has a 4.5, almost 5 lengths cushion. Inside the final 16th, clear winner here, TriStar Farm. Gets another one. Admiral Soul, much the best. Power of Women second, then My Divine One, and Game in Blue in 1 minute 11 and 4.
Impressive first time out. Admiral Soul, John Ortiz barn with Chris Elliott.
Absolutely. She was really good today. And, you know, she beat a horse that had some experience, that had some pace, a horse that was traveling extremely well at this point in the 6th, Power of Woman. But, man, Admiral Soul, what a weekend so far for John Ortiz. We'll see what he wants to do here a little bit later in the day with our girl Quiet Side.
Yeah, wins a $500,000 New York Stallion Series stake with his undefeated filly the other day. First-time starter, impressive here. And we'll see if this one's going to stick around in his barn. Let's go downstairs to Megan.
John, it's like everything you've been touching lately here in New York has been turning to gold. You said you liked this filly, the number 7, Admiral Soul, who just dominated here. But were you expecting her to run like that and put away this field on debut?
We're actually trying to get her a start just so she can get an education. I thought she was just going to be a work short for this race, but she did show up. And Elliot's been working next to her on different horses and absolutely been telling me how much he likes her. So he knows her from the side. He's going to be pretty happy that he got to ride her today.
And, Christopher Elliott, as you mentioned, had a great day yesterday, but TriStar Farm, you've just been on a roll and obviously won yesterday at the 5th Avenue with Braver Than You Believe. But how can you speak to just being in New York with them and being able to kind of get this success as far as the early parts of your relationship with them?
No, absolutely. No, a big thanks to the Lustrito family. You know, like I said, it's a generational horse family here. Hear them celebrating now. But it's thanks to them. Chance McQuaid got us connected, and he's made a great decision of helping us connect. And couldn't be any more grateful and blessed to have these people in our lives.
Well, yet another win for the barn, John. Congrats here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Greg.
Good for John Ortiz. Grew up with the backstretch of Belmont. We talked about it on the program yesterday, and more. Saratoga as well. We're starting to see him have a lot of success in New York.
Yeah, he has a lot of success in New York, and with Oaklawn opening, he has success there as well. And it's easy to root for, and you got to be excited about having a horse like this show up, New York bred, win like that first time out.
Yeah, it's braver than you believe is Philly that won the other day in that $500,000 stake. That New York Stallion Series as well. He's got Quiet Side to come. Former fantasy winner on the road to the Oaks. We'll see her in the final graded stakes race of the year on the NYRA circuit. That grade 3 Comely still ahead. Back with you on our Sunday coverage on America's Day at the Races. That is where you can play it all. NYRA Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up, started. Get that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. Bonus 200 of the code to use at sign up to take advantage. Admiral Saul, John Ortiz barn, young Christopher Elliott, who's really been turning heads with his riding here in New York on a talented first-time starter.
Yeah, I mean, Admiral Saul was sensational, right? First time out to run like that, to open up, win like that. It's encouraging. You got to be excited about the things that come. We saw yesterday a couple of New York bred stakes, and it's just a great opportunity here in New York with a New York bred, especially a talented one like this.
Don't believe claim, but we haven't heard officially. 7-6-4-8 finish, and it was over at this point.
Sure was, yeah. I mean, it was about right here was about how far this horse was going to win by. You know, and the funny thing is, too, when you have a horse that wins first time out, maiden claiming, you don't know what they could turn into. You know, it's not as if they've tried this group 7 times. They finally break their maiden in a maiden claiming race. When they win first time out, that easily could have been a maiden special weight type horse. They just snuck in. Like you said, we'll see if they get claimed or not. But you know, that was a nice performance. That wasn't a maiden claiming performance. I'll tell you that much.
With that, we're going to wish you the best for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wish me some luck on the train.
All right, good luck. Yeah, we had a little tough go. We're on the same train. We didn't even know it. We had to improvise to get here. Mig going to join me after a timeout to step in for JK. A lot more coming up, including a preview of a look at what is to come next week. Opening day out in Hot Springs. It is next Friday. We are already there. Looking forward to that. We're going to have meet-long coverage. Stick with us. Quick break, and we'll be back as we bring in Mig.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses. Backing off of a very successful Saratoga season is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Just majestic grounds. And proud to have them as a sponsor, Hill and Dale at Alapa, helping us bring our program to you here on Fox Sports 2. As we have the late pick 5 underway, and it's a first-time starter that kicks things off. John Ortiz barn with young Christopher Elliott. Admiral Saul, the win. $16.16 start to the late pick 5. Power of Women goes off favorite, winds up second. My Divine One completes the trifecta. With me on set, the MIG. Good to see you.
Good to be here. A great day of racing yesterday. It's been a terrific weekend. And, you know, as we're counting down the days to the end of this incredibly historic racetrack, Aqueduct, it really hits you. It impacts you on days like yesterday, knowing that the legendary races like the Cigar Mile, Demoiselle, Remsen, having their last running here. And considering that, what a day that delivered. I mean, we saw some star performances, some great finishes, even on races that were not stakes. Life and Times horse to watch out for as we turn the page to next year. We're going to talk about all these performances a little bit later on in the show. And of course, next week we have adding into the mix Hot Springs, Arkansas getting underway. Now you're going to spend a lot of time out at that meet as you did last year. Opening day, Friday, December the 12th. And that card is already out. And that's how it looks pretty much every single racing day at Oaklawn. Packed stands, enthusiastic fans. They love their racing, and they put on a great show. Full fields, competitive. And this year, it looks like they're going to have an even stronger, deeper jockey colony. There are a lot of top riders going to ply their trade this winter.
Yeah, a lot of new faces coming in. Was just reading about that as well. Obviously, Luis Saez, Joe Rosario, they're going to go there. Saez going to try it out with his agent, Kerry McLaughlin, and then they may wind up coming back again later and staying the majority of the meet. We'll see how it goes.
I would imagine they would do very well there. Luis Saez's agent, Kerry McLaughlin, is just so well known and has so many friends that are trainers. And obviously, Kieran, a tremendous horse trainer in his own right, but he has a lot of people that back him because of him. And then he has a good rider, a good product to sell as well.
Yes, he does. And Luis Saez, look at some of the key dates. We love that comprehensive 3-year-old series for both the boys and the 3-year-old fillies. Mark Casse, of course, had a huge say in some of the big races that went on last year. And some big names that are coming back. The Hall of Famer, Lacara, Sandman, Nitrogen, all expected to return. Lacara eyeing the Grade 3 Bayacoa. That's on February 7th. Sandman looking at the Oaklawn Handicap Grade 2 on April 18th.
And he was there with Ron Moquette, the unofficial mayor of Hot Springs, his son Chance Moquette. He manages TriStar Stable. Admiral Saul just won for them. The filly won the stake yesterday. And Sandman, I saw pictures of him galloping at Oaklawn Park already. So he's already there, back at the site of his greatest triumph.
Yeah, I believe arrived last Friday. And going after certainly a big one in that older horse division. That Oaklawn Handicap, that's the target for him. Lacara, for a while, we'll get to in a moment, was in the mix for divisional honors. Nitrogen looks like she might wind up stealing the show and winning it.
Feels like she did surpass her with that very good showing against her elder rivals in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, right? I think that...
And the Alabama win.
The Alabama winning on turf, too. Didn't it kind of push her over the top, you think?
I think so. She was a great story, too, making that. It was a gutsy move. She was the best 3-year-old turf filly in the land, making that switch, and it turned out she was better on dirt.
Got to dare to be great. You know, yes, you'll win races and you'll make money, but if you want true greatness, you've got to take on challenges.
So she'll be back in action. Stablemate Lacara as well, who, again, pointing toward that Bayacoa in early February. Megan Burgess going to spend plenty of time out at the meet. Megan, what are we looking forward to?
I'm very excited to head down to Hot Springs, catch a flight out of here this afternoon, and then we will make that 8-hour trek from Kentucky over to Hot Springs on Tuesday. Richard McLeori will be there starting Rebel Weekend. So I'll be there for the first 9 weeks, and Richie will take over, but I just cannot wait. Richie's done a tremendous job throughout his Oaklawn coverage, and I consider it a real privilege to be able to cover this caliber of meet, lucrative purses, attracting large fields, a handicapper's paradise, but also some very, very nice horse flesh, some of the best in the game. As mentioned with Sandman, he is on the grounds as Griffin Johnson, his co-owner, had taken the videos coming off the van. So he is certainly back in his old stomping grounds, returning to the site, as mentioned, of that Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, as he looks to kind of rebound. He hasn't gotten in the winner's circle since then, and as well as Lacara, Nitrogen, and Joel Rosario and Luis Saez look to spice up, and already the jockey colony, I should say, with Ricardo Santana Jr. also looking to add to what looks to be a pretty robust jockey colony this year, guys.
We know Steve Asmussen always wins a lot of races. 7 shy of 1,000 career wins in Hot Springs. It'll be the 5th track there where he's collected 1,000 or more wins in his career. That is remarkable. But he said, so I'm 7 away, should get there by about February. Joking about how slow he started the last few years. 46 wins last year, won his 14th meet title.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable what Steve's been able to do consistently over many years now. He wins races in bunches, North America's all-time leading condition, and really happy to hear that his son Keith, who was injured not too long ago, doing really well, and looks like he'll be back riding before the end of the year.
Back to Laurel Park, race 6, 5.5 furlong sprint in this allowance optional claiming group. And a look at the board, wide open in here. 7-2, the 3 and the 8 co-favorites. Let's go to Dave Rodman for the call.
Get her off. Good beginning on the outside. Dwelling Legacy sent to the front. Howler down to the inside. Early foot. Mystic Seaport in between horses. And My Flicker travels in 4th. Here's Del Rey racing 5th. Only 4 lengths from the speed. Shkara Fire follows that on the inside. Then back to Simply Stated. And it's way back to Kilo Road. Kilo Road well back. Into the far turn. Dwelling Legacy leads the way. And Dwelling Legacy from My Flicker 2nd. On the inside is Howler. Del Rey 3 wide on the turn. And Mystic Seaport is ridden along for a little bit more. Simply Stated. Shkara Fire to the inside, still far back to Kilo Road. Dwelling Legacy top of the stretch. Dwelling Legacy. Howler down to the inside trying. Drifting wide. Dwelling Legacy. Big opening for Howler, who's shooting through down to the inside at the 3/16 pole. My Flicker is in 3rd. Then to the outside is Del Rey in 4th. They're coming to the final furlong, and it's Dwelling Legacy in a fight with Howler. Dwelling Legacy, though, doing the winning work. Dwelling Legacy from Howler. And late run from Shkara Fire to 3rd. It's Dwelling Legacy. Heads at Hazelwood with a double. Howler was 2nd. 3rd, Shkara Fire. My Flicker finished 4th.
Talked about apprentice Yetsit Hazelwood yet again. This time teaming up with Gary Capuano.
You know, he's not only winning a lot of races as an apprentice, he's winning at a high percentage. It's a higher percentage than almost any apprentice I've seen in a lot of years.
Does he look polished to you?
He's incredibly polished. He comes down there looking like a full-fledged journeyman. The way he changes his crop, the way he hand rides, there's a strength to him that usually takes riders a long time to develop that foundation. He's already there. This is a guy that has impressed me.
Back to New York, race 5, start of the late pick 4, New York breds. $30,000 maiden claiming 1 turn mile. They all try and get that first win on the resume, and this is the one to beat. Good Cop, Linda Rice, just claimed away from Todd Pletcher. But this horse has been at this level twice, been the favorite twice, and been beaten twice.
Yeah, I guess maybe you go back to that race 2 back, and it's the highest buyer figure anybody in this race has received, certainly recently. But he goes from a really good barn into another really good barn. So it almost feels like a bit of a lateral move, doesn't it?
It does. There's some suspect runners, though, in this group, and maybe it's just the case today of finding the right field. We'll see. Small Change Jeep, this one 3-1, was at this level last start and actually finished in front of Good Cop.
But I guess people are looking at that this horse has had 8 tries at it, not getting it done, where Good Cop maybe a little less exposed with only 3 starts. But could you make any excuse for this, Good Cop finishing behind Small Change Jeep? I thought he had every opportunity.
Yeah.
He just was 3rd best on the day.
And already talking about Good Cop, already had the experience of having gone a mile. Just took sort of a backward move that day. And this one well clear of that horse. And you're getting better odds right now, 3-1 as opposed to 2-1 on the 2 Small Change Jeep.
And Jimmy Ryerson having a really nice meet here at Aqueduct. Just won the Stallion Stakes to close out our card yesterday. $500,000 race with a maiden, Christopher Elliott aboard. Now you get Small Change Jeep here. And Jimmy Ryerson for years has been a trainer. When things start going good, the barn heats up. And I think they're just in a good place right now. That's who I like. I prefer him over your favorite right now. Do you think that'll stay that way, where Good Cop will be your favorite?
I would think Good Cop, just because it's Linda Rice, a horse who could be forward and a little more lightly raced. People probably seeing there's more upside there. Let's take a look. I have not looked actually at the Will Pays. I'll look right now. Yeah. Both. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, because if
Good
you
Cop
really,
will be favored.
if you look a little deeper, Small Change Jeep has run 8 times, but 3 of those were on the turf. And those were races that you could just put a line in. So suddenly now, instead of being 0 for 8, he's 0 for 5, the way I look at it.
Yes, and to dig a little deeper, yeah, look, one of those was on a wet track. Maybe put a line through that. Another was at 1 1/8, maybe a distance he didn't want to go.
Right. So suddenly he doesn't, his form is a little muddied up, if you will.
Yeah.
And the
So
other thing, too.
The 2 races at 1 mile, which is today's distance, both at this level, second beat a nose, and then second beat 3.5 lengths, but at 3 lengths clear of this horse who's your favorite.
Well, exactly. And the other thing about it is Jimmy Ryerson is a trainer that races his horses into condition. He does not drill on a horse to have them 100% ready to win first time or even second time. Usually he'll race them 2 or 3 times before they kind of hit their peak or their zenith as far as fitness goes.
Meanwhile, here's one that Ricardo Santana Jr. will hop aboard. He's going to be heading off back to Hot Springs, where he dominated for so many years when he was first call for the Steve Asmussen barn.
Well, he knows how to ride that racetrack, too, and that's something that both Joel and Louis will have to adjust a little bit, too. You have to be aggressive there. You cannot, wait and see what's going to happen, because you'll be shuffled back out of the race. The riders there are aggressive, and speed is important.
Joel, though, did spend that 1 year there during that Eclipse Award-winning season.
Yeah.
When he rode a lot for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and then mostly he was there to ride Steve's good horses. But, there's a lot of races there that going to have 10, 12-horse fields, imperative to get your position going forward.
So here is Ricardo Santana Jr. riding for Mike Maselli on Lucky Dragon.
Good trainer, Mike Maselli, also was a terrific rider, won the Travers on holding pattern many years ago. A player.
Small Change Jeep we talked about just beat the favorite.
That's who I like. I think he's the one.
Powered by Cole Markennig barn.
Yeah, going back to the dirt, seeing if they should stick around for the winter, he's going to have to show me.
Carlin contention in that Small Change Jeep Good Cop race was well behind those 2.
Yeah, well beaten there. Chris Elliott for Jimmy Ryerson.
It's a, 9-5 Good Cop here. Linda Rice first off the claim.
Like I said, went from a good barn into a good barn. Feel like that's more of a lateral kind of move. Yeah, he's a player, but at that price?
Couple interesting firsters. Projectability for Belmont. The 7 went by. And St. Solomon, John Ortiz. Again, this one, the second dam was really good on the turf.
Yeah, and another TriStar farm horse, Joe Lustrito's family, keeping it going for him. Tough distance to debut at, though, right? 1 mile?
It is for a first-time starter, no question. And 9, little tough to make a case for off what he did in the debut. That was sprinting, was a big price, and didn't do a whole lot of running. Post time coming up for the pick 4. Let's head downstairs to Megan.
Yeah, I think this race was quite interesting. And while I did kind of land on some chalk in the number 6, Good Cop, it's a reluctant pick, I would say. But a good cop, as Richie had mentioned, goes from the Todd Pletcher barn to Linda Rice. And if you're going to claim from Todd Pletcher, you certainly want to see Linda doing so. I will say overall, she, as far as I agree with the lateral move, but overall with maidens, not as strong off the claim for Linda, but at the same breath, the right kind of move. And two back when she ran that 63 by her speed figure, showed speed on the front end, and that's why I liked her in this spot. On paper, I'm trying to identify the speed and find that he has them there and should be able to get into some good position drawn from the outside. I know I'm accepting a bit too short of a price here, but I liked what I saw physically in the paddock in terms of just against this group. That number 6, Good Cop, gets the hood and blinkers. And, you know, last time broke off a bit, was ridden more conservatively. I'm hoping Kendrick can get this horse more involved here. But the number 8, St. Solomon, as mentioned, John Ortiz just on a tear. We saw him take the last race. That filly, guys, was not claimed. Admiral Saul was not claimed out of that maiden 50 where she dominated, and yet again another entrant here into St. Solomon, and it's taken time to get him here, considered he sold as a 2-year-old in 2024. He didn't sell for much, and he was very recently gelded for this task, and he's one that I find will need a start. And Pedigree, another maiden from the Ortiz barn by Solomini. The dam was unraised and is a half to Golden Rain, who won routing and sprinting, but just judging from his overall body of work, guys, Greg, I think this one might need to get a race into him.
All right, Megan, thank you. 5-1, St. Solomon for John Ortiz. And then another first-timer next door for Bill Mott, the 7 projectability.
Yeah, this is a horse out of a mare that's had 3 foals to start, 2 of them winners. 1 did win on debut. But when a trainer starts a horse at an elongated distance like a mile, that usually says the horse does not show much speed in the mornings. And they're just kind of searching, trying to put him in a race where they're not going to get so out-sprinted and, you know, get it inundated with kickback, the dirt thrown back in their face. So those kind of horses, if they were starting sprinting, I would look at them harder thinking, well, yeah, they've shown enough speed, enough flash in the morning. But when they start them at a mile, it makes me feel like they've been a little bit slow in the morning.
9-5 favorite, Good Cop. I'm going to go back to Powered by Cole for just a minute, the 4. Only a couple of starts on dirt. They were getting better fields. One was going a mile and 1/8. And I thought that first effort, at least in terms of this group, not that far away. It was back in the beginning of the year, too. So time to kind of grow up and mature a little bit. Now gets an easier field. Could you see it with the 4 at all?
Oh, I can see it. Listen, races like this, I think that you dismiss almost anybody at your own peril. You know, they're lower level horses. It's who's going to be good on the day, who might be improving. And I've seen Mark Hennig over the years do this, right? Horses running on turf, give them a shot against much easier on the dirt, and they find the right field and they get it done. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't shock me.
8-1, taking a little late hit, was just 10-1 a moment ago. Jose Lezcano on board for that win. He was aboard Life and Times yesterday. He was now undefeated, 2 for 2 for Todd Pletcher.
Looks like a budding stakes performer, doesn't he?
That was impressive. Debut was sensational, ran very well again. As we get set for the start of this late pick 4, Linda Rice, Good Cop, just claimed off of Todd Pletcher. 3rd try at this condition. Will the 3rd time be the charm? Here's the 5th from Aqueduct, Chris Griffin, the call.
Jose Gomez, Somacosa, all set. And they're off. Carlin Contention breaks with speed, but quicker is going to be Powered by Cole. Powered by Cole is right there with Lucky Dragon, who's tightly at the rail, and Small Change Jeep is in the early mix too. That's the leading trio. Just off of them comes St. Solomon. A well-settled 5th is Good Cop, running up on heels as they come out of the chute and hook up the backstretch, and Lucky Dragon. Ricardo Santana Jr. a neck in front. Right to the outside, it's Powered by Cole, who's a stalking 2nd, 3 wide of St. Solomon. Small Change Jeep is taken off the pace now, is in 4th, is only a length and a half off the leaders. Good Cop is towards the outside of that rival, is going to be in 5th, and Carlin Contention getting shoved along to move forward. From the back, Projectability, and far back, Solmacosa, the distant trailer. 23, 0.78 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Lucky Dragon. Lucky Dragon still with a head in front. Here comes Powered by Cole. 2 wide is coming after the leader. St. Solomon's dropped back. Small Change Jeep is on the move, and Projectability out wider. Projectability is picking up rivals now. Coming up 3 wide as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Lucky Dragon is still there. Lucky Dragon with the nose in front. Drifting out, Powered by Cole. Nowhere to go, Small Change Jeep. And getting the first run will be Projectability, center of the racetrack. Good Cop is on the move too. And Good Cop just drifted in. Lucky Dragon battles on. Powered by Cole right there. Still battling on Projectability. And Small Change Jeep is now passing rivals quickly and now thrust to the front. Small Change Jeep is opening up late. Small Change Jeep, Manny Franco, they'll get the victory. Small Change Jeep won it. Lucky Dragon battles back there for second. Then came Powered by Cole in a photo with Good Cop in 1 minute 37 and 4.
Looked like it was going to get bunched up at the wire, and then all of a sudden, Small Change Jeep just finds another gear and pulls away.
Well, there was a critical moment in this race. Small Change Jeep was in the pocket. The 7-horse Projectability, first-timer from Belmont, broke a bit slow, kind of made an aggressive move around the turn, and that kept Small Change Jeep kind of bottled up. Now, here comes Good Cop on his outside. He needs to get out from behind these horses before Good Cop can get there and shut the door. And Manny Franco's able to angle out right there. A little bit of contact, just a touch. Without a head-on, we don't know how much. It came out again a little bit again there. But if Manny doesn't get out of that spot there and Good Cop gets first run at him, he's going to have to then figure out plan B. Duck to the inside, split horses. That was the winning move, getting out from behind the leaders after Projectability made that first run, but then he beat Good Cop out of the spot. Right in here, you're going to see. He's like, all right, Projectability's moving. I got to follow my fullback. I'm the halfback. Here's my block. Now I got to get out before this horse gets there. You saw he come out. He did make a little bit of contact, but it seemed to me like it was within the boundaries of the rules without the benefit of a head-on. Trying to lug in a little bit. Manny Franco's very strong handling, very apparent here, but Small Change Jeep, he was best. Projectability is the horse you want to watch out of this race. He made up a ton of ground in the middle of this race after being very slow early and rightfully flattened out a bit.
2-1, 4-6 finish. Small Change Jeep, second choice at 2-1 to win. We may have to back it up around the turn we need to see.
Yeah, where the incident happened, he kind of came out. It was a little bit earlier. It was right as we were turning for home. And then he's going to take, you can let it roll from right about there. You're going to see the second move anyway. When he comes out a little bit right in there. Wasn't much. You're going to go left hand right here. Now, I think it was more a function of Good Cop wanting to lay in a little bit onto him. He might have taken a half a step out. Good Cop took a half a step in. No harm, no foul.
So Manny Franco, Jimmy Ryerson, and a 3-year-old son of Cairo Prince. Career start number 9 after 3 runner-ups. Breaks his maiden to kick off this late pick 4 at Aqueduct. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori, Megan Burgess, and the Pick 4 underway. Our program brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Small change Jeep pulling away from this group to break his maiden career start number 9. Manny Franco for Jimmy Ryerson.
Yeah, he's had a really good trip. He's at that coveted pocket position, saved ground. Manny had a small change Jeep close enough up to the horses in front of him heels where the dirt wasn't hitting his horse in the face. It was in his chest. Projectability, got first run. He was able to angle out before a good cop got there. He had a handful of horse, but right here is the winning move, getting out to the clear. And he's able to drop his head and power away. It's a nice effort for a horse that, if you could forgive some of his turf efforts and his off-track effort, his form looked considerably better, Greg.
$6.52 for the win. It really creates some separation here late in the race to get that first career victory. 2-1-4 finish. Pick 4 that ended there. Not bad. $646.53. We got back-to-back stakes races coming up next. You see that pick 5, 21,000 plus? What? Wow. Admiral Saul, nice little start to this pick 5, the late pick 5, 7-1. Gotta look at that number again, $21,358 in that early pick 5 Raging Sea Captain starting off the card, paying 24 bucks. Very funny, paying 24 bucks. All right, here we go. Garland of Roses, 6 furlong sprint. Fillies, mares, 3 and up. I thought, I don't know your thoughts here, with the Angels for Linda Rice. A win here, she equals her record that she shares with David Jacobson, most wins on the NYRA circuit in a year. She's one away from 164 victories with the Angels. Very talented, but coming off the first defeat of her career last time out, and her second back off about a 10-month layoff.
Yeah, and listen, she was the one involved, kind of did the heavy lifting. Roswell adding the blinkers on for the first time under Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez was just in the perfect spot to take advantage of. She was a bit vulnerable. She's a very good filly for Linda Rice, winning move stable and partners. But she's also coming back in 9 days off a hard effort, and she's always had between 3 and 4 weeks at minimum between starts, and now it's a 9-day turnaround. Now, Linda's been very good with this move, but not every horse responds to it the same, and when they run hard like that and lose, does it take a little something out of him? Will she be as sharp today?
And I'd love to know the reason why coming back so quick. Is it just feeling like should have won that race? And
well, I think, here's an opportunity to get black type. I mean, she's already a stakes winner against New York breds, but now here, right, in open company. And Linda's very good with this, so maybe she's just giving her the signs in the barn in the morning, with the Angels, that she's capable of doing this, that, she's tearing the barn down. We're in a day and age where horses tend to not run with less than 4 or 5 weeks between starts. And I think there are a certain amount of horses that actually relish more work. They would thrive on it, but they never find out if they can because they don't give it a try.
And this point, Linda Rice, she's been very successful with this type of move. Of course, she's become a powerhouse on this circuit from breaking barriers. It's one of the sport's top female trainers of all time. Multiple meet titles here in New York. She continues to produce and show up in the New York Racing Winner's Circle.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay, guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead. We're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself. And he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, and a filly of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now.
He's going to win at Belmont.
I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raced horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song with a 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
She is a force to be reckoned with on this circuit. Take a look at what she is doing at this point, as usual. Kicking off the meet extremely strong, and a chance, it's a foregone conclusion. She is going to break the record that she now shares with David Jacobson for most wins in a year here on the NYRA circuit, and this is the one that can equal that record she set a couple of years ago with the Angels. Coming back when we return.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, M.V. Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Reed Shaper, Dream Maker.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2, Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori at Laurel for race 7 here. Mile on a 16th. Allowance optional claiming field in 9 to 5 on the 6-horse Miss Fulton Gal, 8 to 5 favorite Law School. They meet again. It was Miss Fulton Gal who was a length and a half in front of Law School when they met back on November the 15th. Dave Rodman with the call for the rematch.
Astrid. God, I Need a Favor. Creative Stuff. Miss Fulton Gal. And they're off. Miss Fulton Gal beats slow to begin. Law School and Astrid 1-2 to that first turn run. And God, I Need a Favor. Racing on the outside there about the 3-path. Followed by War Madam inside and Creative Stuff. And Miss Fulton Gal is trailing the field as they round that turn past the 7/8. Law School up top leads it uncontested by a length and a half. From Astrid's second, the same margin is God, I Need a Favor in third. On the inside is War Madam. Then back to Creative Stuff ridden along as they move past the 6-furlong mark. And Miss Fulton Gal is sixth. No change really in the order as Law School sets the tempo. Law School from Astrid through 23 at 4/5 opening quarter mile with 5 furlongs to run now. War Madam is in third position. And next is God, I Need a Favor on the outside in the clear as Miss Fulton Gal is sent along in between horses. Miss Fulton Gal given a cue between horses but second to last at this point. And 3 lengths from Law School, who's still got the lead around the far turn. Having to pick it up is Creative Stuff, who trails the field. Law School from the ridden Astrid and God, I Need a Favor. Stokes up a nice bid on the outside. War Madam down to the inside. It's another 3 back. And Miss Fulton Gal has a lot to do now. And Creative Stuff is trailing the field. Law School's enjoyed a free run up front. Law School, God, I Need a Favor. Still trying but wide. Then it's Astrid. At the inside is War Madam as they turn for home. Law School sets sail for the final 3/16. Pops away. Ridden out. Rolling home. 5, almost 6 on top. From War Madam second. God, I Need a Favor. Then Miss Fulton Gal. And Astrid on the inside is tired. They're close to home now, and it's Law School. Law School rolling home under Martin Juan. Law School by some 9 at the finish. War Madam. And then God, I Need a Favor. Miss Fulton Gal.
Law School dominates. Jamie Ness, Martin Schwann. As we get you back to New York and back with us, Acacia Clement downstairs.
Hey, Greg, thank you very much. Looking forward to this field for the Garland of Roses. And we'll start things off with the number 2, Patricia Ann, coming in off of a second-place finish behind Weigh the Risks in the Pumpkin Pie last time out. She's been pretty consistent altogether. Do note on the changes listed that she races with the hood again. She has run with that piece of equipment in her last couple of starts, given that she is a very nervous type, a high-energy filly, given that that hood will be on throughout the running of the race, fully covering her ears. So no blinker cup on there, just a hood with the ears covered to muffle out sounds. For her standards, she's doing very well in here. She's held her weight and conditioning exceptionally well too throughout what's been a pretty solid season for her. I thought that she was up close, chasing, doing some of the dirty work, dueling with Weigh the Risks late, and that one just slightly outclassing in the stretch there to get the win. I think that she's a horse who could make a good account of herself. Now the number 6 with the Angels, as you guys were touching on, coming back very quickly off that defeat behind Roswell. Now Roswell is not the most consistent, but she has fast races in there, and she was able to show one of her faster performances last time out with the Angels tasting her first defeat. I wasn't in the paddock that day, but I did see her 2-back where she looked sensational. She looked the best of the bunch. And when they come back off a quick turnaround, you look to see how's their energy, how's their weight, how are they comparing to their competition. I will say, I have seen her look better in the past than she does today. But as we've talked about, Linda Rice does very well off these sort of quick layoffs, strike while the iron's hot, the opportunity to get some black type in here. She's a filly with quite a bit of talent, and Linda has told me in the past that she prefers to see her rate off the pace a little bit. We'll see what tactics they employ with the Angels today, Greg.
7-5 favorite, and obviously a very talented filly, and now off the first beat of her career, bringing her back awfully quick. Here's Patricia Ann from the inside.
Inside, and you know, she should be aggressively handled. I could see her being a major pace player here.
Best probably effort of her career last start in Stakes Company. Ran second. Volleyball Princess, surprise winner of the Ruthless earlier in the year.
High speed last time, kind of surprisingly.
Big Calhoun, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn.
Also has some speed. Jose Lascano riding in top form.
Sunday Girl, very talented. Surprisingly beat at odds on last start.
Very versatile filly, 7 for 13 in her life. Real hard knocking hickory type.
With the Angels, third back off the bench off of first ever defeat.
Yeah, quick turnaround. That's the question here.
Tricky Temper, I thought she's the one to beat getting back on dirt.
This is who I like. She's last 2 starts on synthetic, back to dirt, and she's run races more than fast enough to win here.
And Hold Your Breath is interesting. She just ran a massive figure at 6.5 furlongs sprinting at Parks.
Yeah, and that was only her 3rd start ever on dirt. So she's run 3 times on dirt, and 2 of those resulted in resounding victories.
7-2. Trainer John Service, Joel Rosario will team up. You can play this race, all the action, by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets, and you'll get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus at sign up when you punch in that code right there, bonus 200 at NairaBets.com. So 7-5 with the Angels. Started her career perfect 5 for 5, including a win off about 10 months away, but then gets beat last time out, first of her career against Roswell's. We take a look at this Parks shipper, Hold Your Breath, who was forward, eventually got to the front, and then just kept on rolling and widening that margin to win by 9 3/4 lengths.
You know, it's kind of interesting, isn't it, right? She breaks her maiden first time out on the dirt impressively. Comes right back in a stakes race, the Any Limit at Gulfstream, where she's in a torrid pace battle early, 21-3, 44-3, and she's head-and-head for the lead. And after that, they went to turf and or synthetic. Finally got back to dirt, and this is the result. I wouldn't sleep on this filly. She certainly looks like a player here.
4-1 right now. Joel Rosario in the irons. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, she's intriguing and a horse that I've always liked. She's run one other time in the Naira circuit, sprinting on the turf in Saratoga, where she won at nearly 30-1. There was a big delay in the paddock prior to that race, and she was the one that probably handled herself the best given the delay. Not to mention, I thought she actually kind of looked like a turf horse, and she handled it. But that being said, I think that she's just a good horse altogether. They tried her going longer. She does have some size, but she's shorter coupled in her back, really rounded and muscular in her hind end. I think sprinting suits her well. She ran fast last time out, and she ran exceptionally an impressive race at Parks, but she's shown with that turf sprint back this summer that she can take her show on the road to the Naira circuit. I, too, like Tricky Temper getting back onto the dirt. She did not have a comfortable trip in the grade 3 up at Woodbine on synthetic last time out. She was a big field and she was down on the inside. Never looked like the rider gave her any sort of clear, comfortable position. She was checked and shuffled back and actually did run on a little bit late. She warmed up beautifully. You can always tell when Tricky Temper's going to run her good races because of her energy. When she acts dull, she runs dull. When she acts fresh and forward, she runs one of her better starts, and that's what I'm seeing from her today. As far as the 5 Sunday Girl is concerned, she was beaten at 2-5 last time out. But that being said, she was going the 7/8, which I think that the 6 furlongs is far better for her, and Dave Duggan has said that about her as well. She also prefers a track without moisture in it, which is what she'll get today. And while I wasn't in the paddock, I remember Maggie saying that she was looking a bit wintry and dull in her coat. Can't say that today. She looks very, very good and maybe has been able to turn things around. You'll get a price on her today as her full brother won a stake yesterday, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see if she can keep things rolling for the family. 7-5 with the Angels. Quick return back in just 9 days after suffering the first defeat of her career in career start number 6. There she is, Flavian Pratt, riding for Linda Rice. Can she get back in the winner's circle? Here's the Garland of Roses. Chris Griffin, the call.
Last to load. 40th running of the Garland of Roses. All set. And they're off. Hold Your Breath broke beautifully from the outside, has a neck advantage on a well settled With the Angels, who's content to let Hold Your Breath just press on. Patricia Ann rushing up at the rail, still holding that position is with the Angels. So the top trio, hold your breath immediately. Joel Rosario taps on the brakes and tries to slow things down and catch a breather as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Right to the outside, it's with the Angels, engaged and stalking 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Patricia Ann is in third. Volleyball Princess is now tugging at Angel Rodriguez and moving forward. Tricky Tempers 3 wide. 4 wide, Sunday Girl is on the move. And the big Calhouna will have to pass them all as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Hold Your Breath is in command. Hold Your Breath has a quarter mile left to go, and with the Angels is right there to the outside. Sunday Girl gets rolling too. Hold Your Breath. Now ask the question, will she be able to hold off the charge of With the Angels motoring down the center of the racetrack? Final furlong to get for Hold Your Breath, who still has plenty. Hold Your Breath is extending once again. Hold Your Breath wins the Garland of Roses. With the Angels second, Patricia Ann and Sunday Girl in 1 minute 9.76 seconds.
That Parks form holds up here coming to New York. Hold Your Breath. John Service Barn now back-to-back wins, 8-6-2-5.
And now 3 for 4 on dirt. And this is Joel Rosario at his finest. When Joel rides well, this is what you get. She bounced out of there, ran up into his hands so beautifully. He was able to nurse her speed. And watch when horses come to him. There's never any panic in Joel. He never goes from a pull to a drive. It's a natural progression. It's a crescendo. He builds into it. He builds into it. You're going to see Flavien Prat set down with the Angels. He goes all in, goes to the crop. Joel is still hands and heels, building his filly's confidence, gathering her momentum going forward. And she's going to meet the challenge without ever feeling the crop. That's vintage Joel Rosario, and a really nice filly here, and Hold Your Breath.
Light, as you said, lightly raced on dirt. I mean, that was a huge performance down at Parks. Keep your eyes on the outside post. A little bump in there in the middle of the field. Nothing too serious.
A little accordion action here, right? The outside came out, the inside came out a little bit, the outside came in a little bit. The only one that was clear of any kind of contact was your winner, Hold Your Breath. That's the beauty of an outside post with a horse at natural speed.
Might be a pretty good filly.
A really good filly. When they win like this, right? She was asked for her best, but she wasn't punished for her best, meaning he didn't have to go all in with the crop and overriding her, just kind of helping her along, and she finished it.
Hold Your Breath now, back-to-back wins on the lead for each of them, and now 3 for 4 lifetime on dirt. Joel Rosario, trainer John Service, team up for the win. Coming up next, our final graded stakes race of the year on the NYRA circuit. Fully subscribed, coming off a Mother Goose win, looking to go back-to-back. Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Big effort coming in from Parks, and that form holds up here in New York. Hold your breath. Back-to-back wins now. Trainer John Service with Joel Rosario. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with Joel. Joel, hold your breath. You really didn't have to hold your breath because I think the race was kind of over at the start. She was so quick out.
Yeah, she is. You know how big she is and how quick she is. That was impressive. Very nice. You know, thanks to John and the team for the opportunity.
Like you said, for such a big filly to have that kind of speed has to feel really nice. And Richie Migliori pointed it out that you never even needed to go to the crop with her, really.
Correct. Yeah, it looked like, every time she was there for me, and the horse kept coming outside, and then she wanted. I said, go. I like that. So I just trying to stay, keep them together, and just a little busy, so she not lose focus. But it looked like she liked the competition with the horse coming out, so that was nice.
Yeah, she fought today for sure. But card has been drawn for Friday, opening day over at Oaklawn Park. We see you named on mounts over there, spending the winter at Oaklawn. I know you've been there before, riding throughout and trying to pick up some big horses. What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, we will. We look forward to, find a nice horse, and we go there to Oaklawn. I love to be there, and a lot of people there, they love the racing, and a lot of people come to the races. So very exciting to be there.
Look forward to following your mounts there. Best of luck next weekend. But, of course, congratulations here, Joel.
Thank you, guys.
Greg?
Such a talented rider. There's probably no one who does it more effortlessly, would you agree, than Joel Rosario?
Absolutely. He realized much more on his hands, the feel to the horse's mouth through the reins, picking them up. He's a rider that uses the crop as sparingly as any rider I've ever been around. Really a tremendous talent. I think he was more bundled up than Acacia, though, out there. He looked like he was pretty toasty there. I could never wear that much stuff when I was riding. I just felt uncomfortable.
It's chilly out there. Smart man.
It's always warm in the winter circle.
Well, your competitive fire kept you warm.
I didn't like anything on my face. I felt like it messed with my peripheral vision. I wanted to be able to look around. I did not like wearing a face mask. Your face would take a beating because the dirt and comes back hard on days like this. But it's what you're comfortable with. Just like taking your gloves off at the gate. If you're more comfortable with the feel of the reins, that's the most important thing. I mean, you watch them football players, guys on the Buffalo Bills, and they're steam coming out of there, and they're in T-shirts playing. When you compete, forget about the cold, forget about the pain, forget about everything. Think about winning.
Well, he got the win here, despite being bundled.
Absolutely.
Final graded stakes race of the year on the NYRA circuit coming up next. Grade 3 Comely, mile and an eighth, and fully subscribed look pretty good. Winning the Grade 2 Mother Goose last time out. For Chad Brown and Klarovich, Flavian Pratt will be aboard. Familiar connections with success in this race.
Raging Sea is in the four-path and comes after the leader. Defining Purpose at the top of the stretch. It's Defining Purpose trying to fend off Raging Sea. Julia Shining starts to commence her rally on the grandstand side. It's Raging Sea who pushes on by. Defining Purpose hangs there. Here comes Julia Shining in the late stages as they approach the final 16th. It's Raging Sea. Julia Shining lunging late. Here's Julia Shining to the outside of Raging Sea. Raging Sea to the inside. Photo finish.
Raging Sea would get that win and would go on to become a two-time Grade 1 winner and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Well, she met this challenge and dropped her head and fought for it, and she just did not want to get past. I love that quality in any athlete, whether it's an equine athlete or a human athlete. You have to have that desire. Boy, did Raging Sea have that desire.
So Chad Brown will look to add another. As you look at the resume, incredible how many wins he already has in his career. Surefire Hall of Famer. And of course, breaking through with a lot of it, not just the Breeders' Cup Classic last year. Won a couple of firsts ever at that Saratoga meeting, including a 4-star Dave.
Incredible resume he's put together. The thing about being a horse trainer, Chad Brown could easily train horses another 30 years.
Scary to think, how many wins he's going to collect when it's all said and done. Grade 3 Comely for Chad Brown. 3-5 favorite, fully subscribed. We'll try and go back-to-back in graded stakes company. That effort was very good last start, but there's some real good competitors lining up against her this afternoon. Yes, it is for Brad Cox. Now back-to-back wins since taking blinkers off. Quiet side, impressive on the road to last year's Oaks. We'll be back.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Muth, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Del Blanc Maturity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst last it home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Friday on America's Day at the Races, join Lafitte Pinkai and Megan Burgess for opening day at Oaklawn Park. Kick off the season of full fields and great racing live from Hot Springs, Arkansas, Friday, 1 Eastern on FS2. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today. Everyone getting in the holiday spirit. Good to have you with us here on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2 of America's Day at the Races. As we get set for our final graded stakes race of the year here on the New York Racing Circuit. Grade 3 Comely, 3-year-old fillies, mile and an eighth. How are your ice skating skills?
I'm not a good ice skater, but that's a lot of fun to take your kids to do. The Rockefeller Center, the trees there, the ice skating. You get the feeling of Christmas.
That is fully subscribed. 4.5 length win, grade 2 Mother Goose, back on November the 8th for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Flavia Pratt will take over for the injured Dylan Davis. And she handled that field with these Drexel Hill. Meanwhile, she was coming off a long layoff, her first start back since the Oaks.
Yeah, this was a big effort. I mean, this is a late developing filly. Broke her maiden nicely last fall here, then had an elongated layoff and came back with 2 good efforts against older horses and allowance races. But boy, that honed her and primed her for this effort here in the Mother Goose. And if you think about it in this context, Greg, the Mother Goose at one time was a part of the Philly Triple Crown. It's a grade 2. The Comely used to be a prep for the Philly Triple Crown. It's a grade 3. In essence, she's dropping down in class.
Off a dominant win at this distance of 1 mile and an eighth. She's 4-5 on the board right now, but there's some serious competitors in this group. Question marks, but quiet side outside. She won both the Honeybee and Fantasy on the road to this year's Kentucky Oaks, where that did not go well. The comeback, more concerningly, did not go well back on October 18th.
Yeah, but I think that it was more a function of she just got swept off her feet in a fast-paced 7-furlong race at Keeneland. I think she'll be much more comfortable and happy going the 1 mile and an eighth here, so she has that race under her belt. I mean, this is a filly that was just under 7-1 in the Kentucky Oaks.
Meanwhile, this is a very intriguing filly here. Kappa Kappa for Butch Reed, 3 for 4 lifetime, but, and just coming off a grade 2 Raven run win at Keeneland, her only defeat was her only try at 2 turns. Granted, it was the second start of her career.
Yeah, and it's the same race that Quiet Side comes out of, but maybe Kappa Kappa was doing more what she wants to do, and that's sprint. And this was a big effort and a game effort, right? She got hooked. It looked like she was beaten, and she fought back to get it done under Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, who rides her back today.
And that's what makes her trainer, Butch Reed, feel like she's going to be fine going longer in here, because she does re-rally. Her ears went up. and then she found more to win. He said the way she trains, the way she acts, they don't think distance is going to be a problem with her.
Butch Reed is here, coming up from his Parks base. Always pay attention and respect his runners.
Kappa, 3 wins from 4 career starts, including that Grade 2 victory at Keeneland in the Raven Run. Let's go down to Acacia.
We'll start things off with the heavy favorite, 4-5 right now on Fully Subscribed. Did win that Mother Goose last time out, and as you guys mentioned, I thought she faced some nice company that day. Drexel Hill, though, off the bench, making a good account of herself. And Fully Subscribed, while she is not that kind of quintessential distance look, she's a bit smaller and compact. It's when she starts moving that you understand why she is so effective going long. She has such a big stride on her, and she really covers the ground. Very evident when she starts to move. And in the running of her races, she, I thought, ran very well in her first two-turn try, 2 starts back, where points is points, wired the field, and she was against it chasing. And then last time out, she was able to pull away and win really impressively from off the pace in that Mother Goose. She looks great once again coming in here. A nice relaxed demeanor to her, incredibly fit once again. I think just her class might be tough to get around, but there are some intriguing new faces to this group, as we mentioned. Number 8, Quiet Side, stretching back out. More on her in a bit, though. Greg?
Yeah, won 2 preps on the road to the Kentucky Oaks this year. Second start back off a lengthy layoff, 4-1 right now on Quiet Side as we go to Laurel Park for their nightcap. Even money on the 2. Watch Me Sparkle, the apprentice aboard the short price favorite Yet Said Hazelwood, who debuted for maiden 25, ran second, and now jumping up to maiden 40.
Yeah, and you're getting an apprentice rider that rides like a journeyman. That's an advantage in itself. I'm impressed. You watch this kid finish on a horse, and it looks like he's been doing it for 10 years, not for less than a year.
Meanwhile, you got 7-2 on the rail, Honor Our Country. The figure 2 back, I know it was a wet track, puts this one right there. Did not run as good next start, but those were both against straight maiden company. Now drops in for maiden 40. And then you have Bay West, the 7 on the outside, taking money as well. Second start for a terrific barn, Michael Trombetta. Debuted against straight maidens as well. Drops down, stretches out.
And the Michael Trombetta runners bookending the field, the 1 Honor Our Country and the 7 Bay West. And Michael Trombetta is a tremendous horseman who knows where his horses belong, and he's been winning races for as long as I can remember.
Dave Rodman, the call. Here's the nightcap from Laurel.
Honor Our Country, Watch Me Sparkle. Should have known. Disney Bell. I am depending on you. Judy G. In Bay West. Judy G, Bay West, 2 back. Bay West. Lined up. If they're off, Bay West took a right-hand turn there out of the gate, broke sideways. Honor Our Country from the rail. Disney Bell and Shoulda Known's right off the pair and settles. Down to the inside, Watch Me Sparkle gets position, rail position. Watch Me Sparkle for Yeds at Hazelwood. Bay West has recovered after that start, 3 wide around the turn. And racing in the back, we have I Am Depending on You. And on the outside is Judy G. So making the run to the 6 furlong mark. Straightening away with the backstretch now. It is Honor Our Country. Honor Our Country. A neck in front from Disney Belle. Bay West has worked third on the outside. Watch Me Sparkle is fourth and Patient. There's 2 lengths from the lead. They are followed by Shoulda Known and another 2. I Am Depending on You. And Judy G is 7th. Heading with a far turn, not much change. Honor Our Country. Honor Our Country leads the way from Disney Belle by a half length. Bay West is still third out of the clear. And Watch Me Sparkle, fourth on the inside, just 2 lengths from the front runner. Honor Our Country, still that leader into the far turn. Having to pick it up, I Am Depending on You, and Judy G to second to last, and Shoulda Known drops to last position. With 3 furlongs left to run, Honor Our Country, Disney Belle tries to quicken up that pace. Bay West is running a big one after that poor start, and Watch Me Sparkle is just waiting in the wings, and gets a good split in between horses. Opening develops for Watch Me Sparkle, 1 off the inside, now targeting Honor Our Country, top of the stretch, and Watch Me Sparkle, given the cue to go on, takes the lead. A half length in front from Honor Our Country, then a gap of 7. Bay West and Disney Belle, I Am Depending on You down to the inside. It's Watch Me Sparkle in front. Honor Our Country tips to the outside to try to re-rally, but it is Watch Me Sparkle. Watch Me Sparkle. It's a Hazelwood triple. Honor Our Country, I Am Depending on You, and Disney Belle.
3 for the apprentice, Yedsit Hazelwood to close out that card at Laurel Park. Grade 3 Comely is next. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And continuing on here in the paddock with Quiet Side, who will break to the outside, making the second start off the layoff for her. She had a good winter down at Oaklawn Park, winning the Honeybee and the Fantasy, but she was forwardly placed in both of those races and maybe arguably might have gotten the right kind of trip, but she took money going into the Kentucky Oaks and I think actually ran okay, finishing 6th that day, followed by a layoff, which we will sometimes see with horses running in those big first Saturday in May races, and then came back in the Raven Run going shorter. I don't know if it was sprinting. I don't know if there was something not 100% with her or what the situation was. But yes, she was disappointing. She was up close, and it seemed Jose Ortiz was really having to ride her to keep her engaged in there. I will say, though, she looks sensational today. I love her getting longer. I think that suits her. She is a high-energy filly, always comes in kind of snorting and on the toes. That's the case again today, but for her standards, doing very, very well, keeping settled, which I appreciate for going longer. She has size, she has substance, she's filled out in the second half, or later part, I should say, of her 3-year-old season. So I'm optimistic that we might see the right kind of Quiet Side that we know in these graded stakes versus the one who disappointed last time out, Greg.
Yeah. We've seen her quite a bit. We know she's a lot better than what she showed in that comeback race.
But she does want to be forward, and she's going to get that opportunity. They go 9 furlongs, and she's a little bit of a bicycle horse. You've got to pedal. If you're not riding, she's not running.
Noticeable kicks off the post parade for the Grade 3 Comely. Todd Pletcher, Jose Lezcano.
Comes off a maiden score at Gulfstream in September. Steps up big. Is going to have to improve.
It's a big price on a New York bred filly who has competitive numbers against this group. She just won a stake against New York breds at the distance.
Against New York breds and against older horses. Yeah. That's key to me.
Our daydreaming girl, big price.
Big price after a good effort in the cotillion, well beaten in the Mother Goose.
Butch reads Kappa. He brings them with intention to New York.
Should be very, very loose on the lead. Johnny Velasquez should get the run of the race.
Fully subscribed, dominant in the Grade 2 Mother Goose for Chad Brown.
Big effort in the Mother Goose. Drops down in class, actually, in the Grade 3 Comely.
Yes, it is. Took off blinkers 2 back for Brad Cox. She's had 2 wins since.
Side by side with the other Tisdale are fully described, is going to have to improve.
And both wins at 1 mile and 1/8. I thought she was right there. Quiet Side, 9-2 second off a lengthy layoff.
And Quiet Side was on the Kentucky Oaks Trail. Nice wins at Oaklawn. I think she was just swept off her feet in the Raven Run. This is more of what she wants, 1 mile and a furlong.
Fully subscribed, being bet like she absolutely cannot lose. It's a foregone conclusion. Did you see it that way?
I did not see it that way. I think Kappa is going to be very, very tough to run down. I would even give a long look to the 2, Valtellina. She's run twice against older fillies or mares and finished first. One of those subsequently disqualified, but her best race yet was the Empire Distaff against Elders. And to give you an idea, Greg, how important that is. Fully Subscribed ran against older horses twice in Allowance Company. She did not win either one of those races. Her races have come against 3-year-olds.
Okay. One of them was a second start of her career, though, off a long time away. And her second career start.
I'm not saying she doesn't deserve favoritism.
And the other,
I'm just pointing it out.
The other, she was beat a neck.
Just pointing it out.
Still, she's run pretty good. You said yes, it is. You seem like you're against.
Yeah, no, I like the 5 Kappa Kappa. I don't think they catch her.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And taking a look at Kappa Kappa, who is stretching out in distance for Butch Reed, as Richie mentioned. I know Butch saying that he didn't feel that there'd be any problems with the distance, and I concur. She is a big filly. Now, when she first walked into the paddock, I was a touch disappointed, as I'd just been hoping there was just a bit more substance to her. While she's very big, she's very lightly framed. However, she's one of those fillies, once they put the tack on her, and then especially once she got out on track, Richie, as you like to say, she grew a whole hand and she really puffed herself up. I liked her much more under saddle than I did when she first came in. A lot of size to her, a lot of leg to her, and she was very impressive, and especially with how quick she got out of the gate in the Raven run last time out, going right to the lead, and she ended up being 3 wide, part of that pace too. If she's able to extend that speed to this distance, I think she's incredibly dangerous for a barn that I always take an extra look at when shipping to New York. Now the number 7, Yes It Tis, also comes in from a win at Keeneland, not quite as fast. Her figures maybe not up to some of the level as a couple of the other quick ones in here have run, but she does seem to be a filly on the improve. I can understand why they ran her on the turf for the beginning of her career, because she's very angular in her hind end. Oftentimes those kind of lighter frame types have an easier time of it pushing off on the turf versus on the dirt. But clearly, given her last couple of starts, she's been able to handle the main track just fine, and validating that off the turf win 2 starts back. I did notice last time out, though, she lugged in significantly throughout the running of the stretch. When taking over, when having another horse to her inside, she was really leaning in on her foe. As she steps into stakes company for the first time, that's something that she's going to need to correct, hopefully, as the waters are much deeper than what she faced last time out. Good thing she has a strong rider and Manny Franco on her back, Greg.
She does. She's got a big finisher. We know how strong Manny Franco is. Her figures match up. Certainly not Beyer-wise, but Thoroughgraph-wise, they do. In that race she ran last time out, she's been a different horse since she took the blinkers off.
And listen, Brad Cox feels like she belongs in here. He is a guy that you can have confidence in. Obviously, he does an amazing job. And Greg, quickly, this race is named for Cumley. Cumley's distinction as a racehorse, she won the very first running of the fall highweight, beating older males as a 2-year-old filly. The race used to be open for 2-year-olds and up. She got in with about 100 pounds, and she beat the boys in the fall highway.
And we were thinking how great it was Rachel Alexandra beat older males.
2-year-old beating 3, 4, 5-year-olds. Could you imagine?
Just incredible. Final graded stakes race this calendar year here in New York on the Naira circuit. 3-5 favorite. Fully subscribed. Looked to go. There she is, back-to-back in graded stakes company. Won the Grade 2 Mother Goose. We'll try to add the Cumley. There is Kappa Kappa. We'll try and stretch out that speed for Butch Reed. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Yes, it is. And Quiet Side. Last to load. Quiet Side. Goes in. All set for the Cumley. And they're off, and lunging at the start was Yes It Is, who is now going to be the early trailer. Noticeable right out to the front. We'll have company here from Kappa Kappa, and these two into the turn together. 3 wide is Fully Subscribed, is up close to the pace now as that trio works around this turn, and John Velasquez, Kappa Kappa, now up by a neck. To the outside, stalking will be Fully Subscribed, and taken back now is Noticeable in third. Quiet Side, Ricardo Santana Jr. tugging their way towards the leaders. They're going to be a 3 wide third as they hook up with the backstretch now. Back there in fifth is going to be Our Daydreaming Girl. Second to last, Yes It Is, and the trailer, Voltalina. The leader is Kappa Kappa. Comfortable tempo here, 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. The Mother Goose winner, fully subscribed, right to her outside, is still within a half length of the leader. Quiet Side watches the top duo from third. Noticeable no move yet here at the rail. Is now a shared fourth, as towards the far outside is Valtellina. In between horses, Our Daydreaming Girl and the Triller. Yes, it is. 49.23 for a half-mile time. It's been an easy time up front for Kappa Kappa. Fully subscribed. Right to her outside, and the front two are still about a length and a half in front of Quiet Side, who's trying to keep up from third. Noticeable is All In. Our Daydreaming Girl. Valtellina is going to range up wide. The Trailer, yes, it is. They get set to reach the top of the stretch. Fully subscribed is now confronting Kappa Kappa. Fully subscribed is starting to kick away, is up by a full length. In full pursuit is Quiet Side, and Quiet Side is trying to catch this leader inside the final furlong, but Fully Subscribed is extending her stride, and she's got a 16th left to go. Fully Subscribed will be much the best and win the Grade 3 comely. Quiet Side tried to hold off the charge of Our Daydreaming Girl there in a photo, then came Yes It Is in 1 minute 50.55 seconds.
Just more genius from Flavien Prat, keeping Fully Subscribed right there with the speed of the race. Kappa Kappa not letting that speedy filly stretching out get away.
No, and that was the key to the race, right? You're on the best horse, put her in the position, Fully Subscribed. Flavien Prat, he lives by that principle. Get your position going forward. And when she was in such close proximity to Kappa Kappa on that slow pace, you knew that her stamina was going to win over the day. She kicks away. Kappa Kappa wants no part of 9 furlongs. We'll look for her back around 1 turn. Quiet Side, an improved effort. She had her chance. Second best. Fully Subscribed just dominated this field. And I was texting with Dylan Davis, who had been riding her and unfortunately is injured. And Flavien Prat taking over the mount. And he's home, and he sounds like he's doing much, much better. So our best to Dylan. You'll be back before you know it, but Fully Subscribed. Dominant performance.
Back-to-back dominant performances, both in graded stakes, to put an exclamation point on still what's a pretty brief career. This was just her 5th career start as we turn the page to next year. She's an exciting one to look out for in this distaff division. Fully Subscribed, Mother Goose, now comely winner to close out her 2025 Chad Brown, Flavien Prat. back with you on America's Day at the Races. Walked over the bridge, right?
No, I've never done that. Never done that. I'm scared of bridges.
What?
It's the only thing I'm afraid of.
Okay. I didn't think you were scared of anything.
That and rattlesnakes.
Naira Betts, even though you go hiking all the time and see them. Flavian Pratt on board, fully subscribed. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. This is still unofficial. 6-8-3-2 finish. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, the number 7, Yes It Is, has been declared a non-starter at the beginning of the race, so that's the new order of finish there. But no doubt about the winner, fully subscribed. Flavian, as we mentioned, she's not the biggest, but she has that big stride where she really gobbles up the ground.
Yeah, no, she was very efficient from the gate-go. I was able to get a good position, and it felt like pace was soft, and I felt very comfortable all the way around, and she definitely showed a good turn of foot.
Your first time being a boarder, and as you mentioned, soft pace. How much of a key do you think it was being able to get her off the hip of that pace setter and a little bit more forward today?
Yeah, I think it was key. I mean, she honestly made her own trip. You know, she like I said, she broke very well and got herself in the race. And from there, I was able to keep my position and stick, you know, with the 5. And yeah, when I asked her, she responded properly.
Yeah, she did, pulling away from that company there. And it's been a good weekend for you. Of course, Cigar Mile and Remsen yesterday. Final stake of New York's season, New York's year today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's been a good year overall and a good week. So yeah, very grateful.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Greg.
These are all huge now. So, yeah, final graded stakes race of the year on this New York circuit. Big day yesterday for Pratt. He wins the Remsen. He wins the Cigar Mile. This one huge as well, as he's in this neck-and-neck chase with Rad Ortiz Jr. for that earnings title, because voter look for the Eclipse Awards probably shouldn't be looked at, but a lot of voters, that's all they look at in terms of who's going to win the award. Earnings is a big part of it. So they are going to be purse chasing, I would think. Both these guys zigzagging the country these last couple of weeks of the year.
Yeah, I think any place there's racing, they're going to be trying to be racing as much as possible. If they've got an off day in New York, they want to be someplace else riding. Irad's already got the wins part of the riding title wrapped up. He will be your leading rider by wins. Now it's down to the wire with him and Flavian for money won.
Right.
And I mean, this is going to go down to the wire. This is going to be a fun race.
We'll get to it, but with just taking in this race here today, not accounting for the other mounts from Pratt earlier on, but the difference now, $365,552. Not much at all. But you say that earnings, slight edge, Arad wins, slight edge, Arad. Graded stakes wins, stakes wins. Pratt has the edge.
I think they both have just developed or created incredible resumes. Both of them, in any other year, it would just be a slam dunk. It's just you have two riders doing that kind of extraordinary work. And to put it in this context, in the early 80s, the leading rider in the country would have $6 million in purses. They're banging on $40 million.
Arad just became the first ever to hit that number.
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
And Pratt's about to do it.
Yeah. Just it gives you an idea of how big the purse have gotten, but also just how outstanding these two riders are. I mean, this is a year I think that I wish there could be a dead heat and they could give both of them because they're both deserving.
Incredible. Meanwhile, back in Maryland, change made. We saw this issue in the stretch. Didn't have the benefit of looking at the head-on, but watch me sparkle, taken down here on the outside in that orange cap.
Slugging in a little bit. Came in astride, I don't know. Then when she was finally asked. Now, Yetsit Hazelwood, I'm super impressed. Should have gone about your business, Yetsit. You were being a little too cheeky there. Couple rooms you want to stay out of. The courtroom and the operating room. You never know which way it's going to go. Well, you put it up in the steward's room, and it went against you.
$6.20 for the win. Change made. Honor our country with the victory. 1-2-5 finish. Meanwhile, back here in New York, there was an inquiry involving the start of Yes It Is, and the 7 declared a non-starter.
Yeah, and listen, I understand why the stewards ruled her a non-starter. To me, she created her own problem. She ran at the stall doors a split second before the break came. The assistant starter doesn't know that the doors are going to open simultaneously. He let go of her as quick as possible. I think she created her own problem. The stewards felt like the starter, she had an unfair start because the starter was tangled up with her. Nobody's fault. We got a great gate crew here in New York. So she was ruled a non-starter, but fully subscribed. That was all behind her. She had no worries. She was much better, the best.
She has gotten very good here late in the year. By the way, I jumped the gun with Arad Ortiz Jr., not quite at 40 mil, but did set a new earnings record, 39,486,000 in earnings with still a few weeks to go.
You think about all the great riders over the years, Angel Cordero, George Velasquez, Eddie Maple, and on and on and on. And I'm sure they're like a lot of retired football players, baseball players that, wow, I wish I would have rode or played the game in that era. Look at the size of the contracts. It's kind of similar for riders of the last generation to look and say, wow, man, they're competing for considerably more money.
NBA players, NFL players, they're all saying the same thing.
Same thing. And, listen, I've got races that I won here at Aqueduct, $7,000 purses. You don't even see anything in the same category like that anymore.
We got the nightcap ahead of us. Interesting race to close it out coming up in this non-winners at 2 Life claiming group. 1 turn mile, which we'll get into here in just a moment. Have this to look forward to next week. When do you're going to drive out there to Hot Springs?
I haven't decided what I'm going to do. I like driving there because I can just put all my clothes and everything in the car, get there, unpack, and I'm ready to go.
What's the go-to soundtrack in the car?
Well, I'm a big Jackson Brown, James Taylor guy, Third Eye Blind. So I have a pretty eclectic taste in music.
Opening day, Friday of this upcoming week for some of the most competitive racing you will see all year long. It's a difficult meet. We love it. You want difficult meets, but horses coming in from so many different jurisdictions, it makes it a very challenging handicapping puzzle.
You really do. You have horses come from everywhere to compete at Oaklawn, and rightfully so. They're putting up the money. They put on a great show, and you have some really enthusiastic fans. I will be there starting March 1st with the Rebel, full-time through the end of the meet.
And we talked about the winningest trainer in North American history. He usually wins a lot of races there. Just won his 14th meet title last year. 7 wins away from 1,000 career victories in Hot Springs. That'll be the 5th racetrack where he has 1,000 or more wins.
Most trainers, they win 1,000 races in a career. That's a huge milestone. He's doing it at multiple tracks. Really enjoyed my time there last year. I've known Steve since he was an apprentice jockey. People don't know if they don't know he rode races. He doesn't look like he did, but I turned into a great trainer. I rode a lot with his brother Cash and visited with him. I will miss, Greg, my morning visits with Dwayne Lucas. Spent a lot of time with him this past winter in his tack room, talking horses, life, grandchildren. And I'm really happy that Oaklawn named a race in his honor the coach.
Yeah, that'll come up pretty early on. We just found out our old colleague Gary Stevens just bought Dwayne Lucas's house out in Hot Springs.
That's so cool to kind of step into the legend's domicile. Is that the right word?
I'll trust you.
Okay.
Steve, I believe so. Steve Asmussen, Ken McPeak, Ron Moquette, Brad Cox, Chris Harbert, names that, again, are going to be at the forefront of all the major races.
Ron Moquette had a fantastic meet there last winter.
Nightcap coming up when we return. 4-1 on this horse. That's your favorite. Stay with us.
$1,650,000 anybody else won. $650,000 bid today. $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the barn. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Sequel New York Stallion Honest Mischief is sired by 4-time champion General Sire Into Mischief, and 3 of his half-siblings are stakes winners. The sire of his dam is Triple Crown winner Seattle Slew, and her dam is the Blue Hen Mare Tussaud. Honest Mischief's female family is a proven sire-producing family, including Empire Maker and Chester House. Honest Mischief showed both precociousness and speed in a career that saw him earn a career-high buyer figure of 112. And the stallion manager hopes Honest Mischief also passes along his good mind.
I do think he's going to become a great stallion. You know, he has all the right aspects to it. You know, he's a very well-balanced horse. You know, he's a decent size. I think if he can pass that along, he should produce some pretty nice horses.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding Program, go to nybreds.com. As Mig well knows, you start with an advantage when you're a New York bred, as you did.
Oh, man. New York breds get it done, run for big purses. The New York breeding program is so strong, and I've always believed that there's a direct correlation, the health of a racing product in a state, direct correlation to their breeding product in that state.
It will be fun. Flavian Pratt trying to add one more before his week comes to a conclusion on this one here from Michelle Nevin. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, trying to wrap it up in style, as this one does at least have the benefit of taking a drop in class. This is a race where you just have several runners that have been running at this level or in claiming races for quite some time. And at least with It Will Be Fun, there are some changes being made. Has been running against $30,000 types, so has never run this low before, and is stretching back out in distance. The only other 2 times she went a mile, once was in Stakes Company at Oaklawn at the beginning of her career, and the other time, most recently at Churchill back in May, was when she showed speed and finished an okay 4th in a tough allowance field first off the claim for her then trainer Rick Dutrow. So making the first start for Michelle Nevin, I think the drop in class helps. I don't mind her physically going out to the mile. She does have a lot of length to her frame. If anything, and just nitpicking slightly, I do wish she was just a little bit stronger behind the saddle, but one that was up close chasing last time out when sprinting, so should be forwardly placed today. The number 8, Kyle's Mom, has been at this level. It avoided claim 2 starts back and then came back as the favorite last time and finished 4th when urging to the lead, though did take pressure that day. I will say from a physical perspective here in the paddock, she probably is the one that just looks best. And she did run going a mile last time out with the front wraps on. Those do come off today. Hopefully a good sign. Good that she's coming back a relatively normal amount of rest, and seems that everything is fine. When you do have avoided claim, you have to go through protocols, work for the state vet, and make sure to get off that vets list to be able to enter, so you know that everything is going to be fine with her racing. Once again, I think that the mile suits her just fine. Just a question, is there enough talent for her to see that distance out? The number 10, Spirit of Esther, to the outside was one that on paper I was a little bit against. She's another one with speed, but looking at her in the flesh and then looking at her on the program again, I'm interested what she will do with an outside draw. Her last 4 starts, she's drawn the rail. I would imagine every time they've entered her, it's been a little bit frustrating for the Cantor-Massey barn seeing where she's been posted because, yes, she's able to get to the front, but if you watch her races, she's not the quickest out of the gate, and I think she breaks slowly from the inside. Her rider is then forced to hustle her into the race to use her a little bit too much early. I'm wondering if a horse like her will just really benefit from now being drawn to the outside. Manny Franco knows her well. She'll be able to have the advantage of allowing the race early on play out to her inside and hopefully be able to get into a good position early, Greg.
I thought the most competitive race on this card was this one here to close out. The board reflects that. Spirit of Esther with her ability to be forward, definitely intriguing. It will be fun just with a drop in class. You get Pratt stretching back out though next door the 9, probably deserving favorite.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It will be fun. Spirit of Esther, you know, has got to look good outside draw, should be close. The 5, Blenheim Bay. There were a lot of ways you could go here.
This horse interesting at 17-1 from the rail. Ran against this level off a layoff about, what, 9 months away, was only beat a half length, and then was eased last time out, has come back to work since. It's a big price. If somehow the horse can return to what she did 2 starts ago, it could be competitive.
And just what, Keisha was saying, this horse was beaten double digits, 34.5 lengths, so she was going to have to work for the vet as well and, go through protocols to make sure she's okay. So obviously something went amiss that day. It also was a very, very fast pace she was contesting.
And here she is. Furry Fox, Omar Hernandez Moreno will hop aboard, gets the inside slot, and has shown speed in the past.
And with the rail draw, you have to let her use her speed again, and hopefully, and it doesn't appear to be the kind of speed that they're going to go 22-4, 45-4 again.
Here's Widdershins, 1 for 12 lifetime.
Yeah, dropping down to the lowest level she's ever competed at.
Bow to Clara, Linda Rice. First off the claim, did just about no running. Now gets a little easier.
Man, before her last 2 races, she had several races that would win here, but those last 2 were
at
pretty
Sunland
bad.
Park, though, and Zia
Very
Park.
true.
Here's Cha Cha Ran at 13-1.
A little bit interesting. Orlando Noda having a really good meet.
Blenheim Baby interesting here on the drop down.
Yeah, getting down to her lowest level as well. Jorge Abreu does a good job. I liked her a bit.
Ruben Silvera, and that's the fact, Jack.
One thing about Ruben, should get forward position. That's how he rides. And first person I saw walking in today, Dominic Schettino.
It works, doesn't it? Calling an audible, 9-1.
Yeah, feels like she's gonna have to find just a bit more than we've seen so far.
That's a big price here on Kyle's mom, major player with some speed.
I just keep hearing that song, and I put in Kyle. Kyle's mom has got it going on, but
it was Kyle?
No, but I just put it in there.
3-1. Here's Pratt. It will be fun. Michelle Nevin taking over training duties.
Yeah, it should get a good trip under Flavian Pratt. Makes sense, dropping down.
And here's Spirit of Esther, Ilkay Cantor-Massey barn.
Well, she was the one that was contesting the pace when the 3-horse was virtually eased Bow to Cara. So maybe there is more pace than I anticipated here.
Back to the 6. That's the fact, Jack. Ruben Silvera coming off certainly one of the better finishes of her career. Let's go back to that November 12th race. Ran second, Spirit of Esther, 2 3/4 lengths behind her.
Yeah, and this was, a very good run from her. Ruben Silvera, I like him. He gets run out of horses. He's on his belly every race. He tries so hard, and he rides her back, and he got a lot of run out of her last time. And I did run into Dominic Schettino in the hallway.
You're a believer in that angle?
Not really, but got to say something in a race that honestly, there's like 4 or 5 horses I would pick.
Difficult one to close it out. Public, though, they may be on the right one here. It will be fun with Pratt for Michelle Nevin. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, a very tough race to wrap things up. As far as the number 5 Blenheim Baby is concerned, she comes out of a race where she too is getting a chance to drop in class, faced tougher recently, so much like your current favorite, this will be the lowest that she will have run at. And she's also second off of a layoff, and she is a horse that I think probably really needed that start. She's a good doer, she carries condition, and that was sprinting, and it looked, watching that, like she was just completely taken for speed that day. So she should appreciate going longer. I was toying between her and the 10 as far as my top pick and landed to the outside, but I think the Blenheim Baby is going to run much better today, even though she did not show anything in the late stretches last time out. She might just find the right group today. Then number 3, Bow to Clara, also getting a drop in class, ran for the waiver last time, went off the layoff and off the claim for Linda Rice too. And I guess you could say it's not a great sign that she was protected last time and then immediately takes a big drop today. But it says wide trip. She was just last early and just never really into the race, to be honest. She did look like she was climbing quite a bit early on in the race, like she was uncomfortable with taking the kickback. She does have a lot of length to her frame, so I don't mind her stretching out, and I think she runs better when she can be forward. I guess the question is there any talent still left in there? The number 1, Furry Fox, she did, as Greg mentioned, run exceptionally well off of the layoff, and she had been taking a big drop in class. She wears an extension blinker. She wore that 2-back for the first time when with Michelle Nevin, and has kept the equipment with her current connections. That's something I do worry a little bit with the rail draw, because she cannot see any of the horses to her outside. She will need to break well given that equipment, Greg.
Interesting. Thank you, Acacia. Here, 26-1 on this big long shot from the inside. 5-2. That price coming down on It Will Be Fun. Pratt for Michelle Nevin. Spirit of Esther. Speed outside. 5-1 with Manny Franco.
Yeah, that's where Acacia landed. I landed on the 5, so we're looking for that old Woolworths 5 and dime exacta. 5-10 for me and Acacia. Let's get it home.
A very good race to maybe take a little swing at a trifecta or super here. You can play for 10 cents. Good luck in this get-out race to close out the week's action here on the Sunday card from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin, the call.
It Will Be Fun. And Spirit of Esther will be last to load. Spirit of Esther goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow beginning there for Bow to Clara. From the outside, calling it audible. Flashes early speed, and also in the early mix there is Vittershins, who's going to be at the rail and wants to be forwardly placed. Bow to Clara was off a step slow, but now rushing up and challenging for that lead. Bow to Clara is to the outside here of Vittershins, and they're going to be 1-2, tightly packed up top. Calling it audibles in there. Spirit of Esther is going to be wide. Backing off of that early pace is going to be Kyle's Mom, and It Will Be Fun is out in the far outside of the racetrack, and they are lined up on the front end. 23.59 for a pressured opening quarter, and It Will Be Fun has had enough of it. It Will Be Fun starts the sprint for home and opens up. It Will Be Fun is just like that, up by 4-5 lengths now, approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Well settled in behind is Spirit of Esther, who's trying to catch this runaway leader. Also right there to the outside is Kyle's Mom. Vittershins has lost ground. Furry Fox is shoved along from the back, calling it audible. Cha-Cha Wren towards the back end. That's the fact, Jack. Second to last is Blenheim Baby and the trailer, Bow to Clara. The leader, It Will Be Fun, made that big move on the backstretch. Can It Will Be Fun close things out? 46 seconds flat for half-mile time. Look out. Kyle's Mom is coming up to the outside, and Kyle's Mom with a rush has just run right by It Will Be Fun, who's back to second with no resistance as Kyle's Mom has a furlong left to go, and Kyle's Mom is opening up. Kyle's Mom now 8-9 lengths in front, to 16th left to go, and it was all Kyle's Mom to win the finale. Kyle's Mom wins it over Blenheim Baby, then Cha-Cha Wren. It Will Be Fun holds on for fourth. The 1 minute 37.77 seconds.
Jeremiah Engelhardt, Jose Lezcano, Kyle's Mom by many lengths in the nightcap.
You know, horse owned and trained by Jeremiah Linghart. This is an aggressive move on the favorite here. It will be fun. Flavien Prat, he was hung out a little bit wide in his scrum, and he said, you know what, I'm going to rip this race open right now. Now, ultimately, it turned out to be the wrong move. If a rider makes a mistake, make it an aggressive mistake. Try to grab your own destiny. I don't want to be dictated to.
But definitely was not going to win where he was.
No,
so
he's going to be 5 wide into the far turn. So he said, let me do this.
Yeah.
And listen, it backfired, but I'll never get mad at a rider for making an aggressive mistake. I will be mad at a rider if they're just allowing themselves to be victimized. It didn't work out, but guess what? Flavien Prat has made a pretty good career out of being aggressive. How about Jose Lezcano? You want to talk about a jockey's jockey. He's a pro, shows up every day, quietly does his job, no histrionics, no drama. He is a professional.
No question. Takes this nightcap, 8-5-4-9 finish. Kyle's mom to close things out on this Sunday card on one that's owned and trained by Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Yeah, always nice. You know, you pay yourself that 10%.
Yeah.
Just take it out of the left pocket, put it in the right pocket.
And I know you've said this a lot too. Feels a little better going home, taking the nightcap, doesn't it, to end your week?
I used to love to win with my last ride of the week because I could actually feel like I was good for a few days. You're only as good as your last ride. So if you win the last one on Sunday, hey, I'm good until the next racing day.
Again, 8-5-4-9 finish. Kyle's mom with the victory at 4-1 with that man aboard, Jose Lezcano. Back with prices next.
At the Wallkill Correctional Facility in Ulster County, New York, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation provides a program that gives both retired racehorses and the incarcerated individuals who care for them a second chance at life, and maybe even a second family.
It's my boy. It's my boy. I wasn't aware that the program even existed. I had never worked with horses before.
I was petrified at first. And I'm not really scared of many things, but when you're next to one of them and they're humongous like that, it's definitely a challenge.
Once they hear me, they coming. They just look, you see the ears come out, they look. Once they see it's me, they coming. They all coming. And it's like, oh man, it's like babies, you know. It's beautiful, you know.
They're locked in most of the time when they're not out with us from 8:30 to 2:30 every day. So those other times when they're inside, they're not themselves. But when they step foot out here at 8:30 in the morning, they change. They're totally different people.
I didn't know it was gonna be such an emotional thing. And you really do kind of bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
It's definitely a game changer for being someone who's incarcerated and always being around grown men, different behaviors, and not being able to actually express your feelings to them. You come out here, you can do that with the animals.
I need that. Whatever it takes to get home to my family, I'm going to try it. But then I got out here and I met a whole new family.
How's the family?
Yeah.
Like you said, this is a family. This is a family between the horses, us. Like, you know, we bond a lot here.
I didn't even know I could drive a tractor. I didn't know I could mow a lawn. Anything to make this place look better, to make it better for the horses.
At the end of the day, it's all for the horses.
All for the horses.
It doesn't feel like work. It feels like you're home. Come on, girls.
To be able to say to somebody, I have a certificate, like I was successful while I was incarcerated. I may have made a mistake, but I was able to get that second chance while I was here as well.
I did get a letter of assurance saying that some people were interested in employing me, so like that's just everything I'm hoping for right now.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
Incredible program. It just shows you the power of horses and the good they can do away from the racetrack.
An incredible program. You see the difference it's making in these men's lives. It's a great outlet for the horses. And Winston Churchill said it best. There's something about the outside of a horse that's good for the inside of a man.
Our program brought to you in part by the Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky Winter Mixed Sale scheduled for February 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Main catalog entries close December 15th. Enter now at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Nightcap, it goes to Kyle's mom, Jose Lascano, Jeremiah Engelhardt. Third try at this condition after being the beaten favorite the first two times.
Yeah, and always in the right spot. The 9, It Will Be Fun, tried to rip the race open, and Jose Lascano, which is normal for him, was in the right spot to take advantage when she got tired, and he got first run and powered home. So, you know, and Jose Lascano suffered a pretty serious injury earlier this year. He came back like he didn't miss a day, and it's not an easy thing to do, Greg. Sometimes it's hard to overcome some of these injuries.
Terrific rider, as we say all the time, just a pro's pro, and certainly on one who was much the best here.
And it's always surprising to me because he never seems to be the go-to rider for the bigger stables, but he'll fill in and win on horses like Warlike Goddess and really fill in ably. He did with Wise Dan, right, in the Breeders' Cup when Johnny Velasquez. But he doesn't ever seem to get all the credit he deserves. He is a jockey's jockey. He's the guy that guys in the room go, he can really ride.
$10.36 for the win. Kyle's mom to close out this week's action. As you take a look at the late pick 5, how it played out, $16 horse to start it, $10 horse on the back end to bring you back $834 and change.
Yeah, and I thought the last race was such a tough race that Kyle's mom, he came up with her at $10.36. Blenheim Baby ran on to be second, but she was in another area code early. But there was a contested pace on. Nice trip, nice ride. Congratulations, Jeremiah Engelhardt, owner trainer,
Yeah.
Jeremiah Lingard.
Nice, yeah, double your pleasure. Again, Friday, right around the corner. This week coming up, opening day, Oaklawn Park out in Hot Springs. We're going to have meet-long coverage, and we love this meet. It's so competitive. I know you spent a lot of time out there. It's probably become even closer for you now, a little bit closer to your heart, all the time you got to spend out there. But, too, just the great series of races that they have. It's a lot of fun.
It's so interesting how they have a comprehensive series of races for the 3-year-old fillies going towards the Triple Crown, the 3-year-old colts, the older males, the older females. And the enthusiasm of the crowd there is infectious. I really enjoyed being there. Greg, I had never spent extended periods of time there before last winter. I would always fly in when I was riding, fly right out. Getting there and really kind of meeting the people, gaining friendships, relationships. I feel very, very blessed. I have a whole nother racetrack family at Oaklawn.
Opening day feature, the Advent Race 8, 5.5 furlongs. It's for 2-year-olds. Walter the Mason. He's running an 80 buyer in the getting back on dirt. Did it at Zia. Can that translate to a big league racetrack?
Well, last year I was keeping track of where the winners, what jurisdictions they were coming from. A lot came from the Kentucky circuit, Churchill, Keeneland, but there were a fair share of winners from Zia too, and it's something that you really have to take into your handicapping. Where are horses' forms, basically translating well to Oaklawn?
Steve Asmussen 7 wins away from 1,000 victories in Hot Springs. Going to send out strong potential. Will need to improve a little bit off this debut, but wins first time out at Ellis. It was a 2-year-old in July. There's a lot of room to move forward now.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing about Steve, his philosophy on training is preparing horses for the next challenge, the next test. So he's a guy that, will have a horse ready to win, but you're not going to see the best of him. It's going to be a progressive kind of, incremental improvement with his horses. And I know he made that joke about, how long it'll take him to get to 1,000 at Oaklawn because he's had a couple of slow starts. I think he's probably looking to offset that this year and come out firing.
Well, we know he always has the ammo. He'll have plenty of runners at the meet, and 1,000 wins is a foregone conclusion. Here's a look at some of the big races on the schedules you mentioned. Great that they have named a race for a man who changed this sport, D. Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, and you knew they would definitely honor the coach, D. Wayne. And, last winter, like I said, it was an opportunity for me to spend quality time with Wayne Lucas. I had ridden for him. I never considered us friends, but he and I would really get into some deep conversations about horses. I learned things about him I didn't know. He learned things about me he didn't know. And then talking about our families and kids and really what's important in life. And I'm thrilled that I had that opportunity last year. I didn't know that it was going to be the last time I was going to see them, so I just feel very blessed that I did get to spend that time with him.
And up to the very end, he was still getting on horses in the morning.
On his pony every single morning. I mean, he had to walk with a cane, but didn't keep him from riding. I mean, 89 years old. Listen, at 44, I stopped getting on horses. To give you an example.
Yeah.
So, a legend, revolutionized this game. He was the first guy, multiple divisions. Well, Jack Vanberg, but he took it to another level.
D. Wayne off the plane.
Yeah.
That was the thing in the 80s and 90s. We talked about some of the big stakes races from yesterday, but there was a non-stakes race that a lot of people were paying attention to as well, with the brilliant debut from Life and Times, who had a wow performance, was worth the wait for his first start. Didn't start until very late in his 4-year-old season for Todd Pletcher. This was the follow-up to that brilliant debut, and not quite as fast a figure. There was an upgraded buyer speed figure after the fact. Still, it was very good, and he was completely geared down late.
Yeah, now there are a faction of very good handicappers, smart people that don't think horses can run faster. I'll disagree with that, having ridden horses, that when a horse is cantering under the line like this, he was capable of going faster if he needed to. Now, I'm not saying 10 lengths or 5 lengths, but faster. And I guess maybe because you can't quantify exactly how much faster, they'll dismiss it. You shouldn't dismiss it. It's a reality. He won easily. Plus, you're not going to get that A-plus effort every single time, and you shouldn't. Horses only have so many of them in them. You want to win races with B and C efforts so that when you need to go to that A or A-plus effort, it's still in there. He's a gelding, too. That bodes well for us as fans. He stays healthy. We could see him for an elongated period of time.
Exciting horse thrown into the mix in this older horse division for next year as we turn the page pretty soon here to 2026. As for the main event yesterday, final Cigar Mile ever run here at Aqueduct in South Ozone Park, New York. And Bishop's Bay under Flavien Prat had to work to catch this long shot.
Yeah, Mika had given him the slip. I'm going to go with the fact, I don't know who he's named for, but I'll go with Mika Zibanejad, who plays for the New York Rangers. He gave him the slip off the turn. Bishop's Bay had to reach down and find, and good horse race between two horses, giving it their all. And Bishop's Bay, ultra consistent, just one of those horses that shows up and does his job, and he was able to catch Mika right in the shadow of the wire.
And good that it's paying off a little bit, because this horse was just privately purchased for over $1 million. So getting a little bit of that investment back. The goal, obviously, is to get that invite to the Saudi Cup on February 14th.
Yeah, sure, right? A wealth of rich races out there. But you know what? With his pedigree and the record that he's already, acquired, he's going to have a stallion career someplace.
Never has lost with that man aboard. Flavien Prat.
Isn't that glaring? You said that yesterday when you look down at it and you go, yeah, that's the truth. And I've been watching this guy since Oaklawn over the winter when Flavien won on him there. And he is just one of those horses that, I talk about it a lot. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking. Show up, do the job. He shows up and does the job.
And, coming into today with those two big stakes wins yesterday, the Remsen and Cigar Mile for Prat, entering today, Prat was about $485,000 behind Arad Ortiz Jr. in terms of earnings. Just the stakes win alone today in the Cumley.
Right.
Chopped into that margin, obviously, so that just taking that into account, Arad Ortiz Jr. now riding today. $365,552 is the gap. It is going to come down to the absolute, maybe final race run of the year between these two in terms of earnings.
It absolutely could. And I'll go back many years ago. Pat Day and Angel Cordero were fighting for leading rider in the country. It was coming down to the very last day of the year, New Year's Eve. Pat Day was able to charter a small plane and fly it, I believe, to Delta Downs, basically a smaller track, and knock out a couple wins and wrest the crown from Angel. Angel wanted to get there. He tried everything he could, just wasn't capable of getting there.
And look, earnings, one thing these voters look at: Grade 1 wins, graded stakes wins, stakes wins.
Yes.
Prat holds the edge in all three categories as well. Overall wins, Arad Ortiz Jr. It's going to be fun to see what happens as we close out this year. We're back 1 Eastern on Friday. Friday, huh? Hold your breath. Garland Rosa's winner. Bringing in that Parks Forum to New York with Joel Rosario for John Service. And we have a new player in the Distaff division, fully subscribed, back-to-back graded stakes wins to close out her 3-year-old campaign, taking the final graded stakes race of the year here on the New York circuit with a win in the Cumley for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat and Klarovich.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.